Patrobas Katambi, naibu waziri kutoka ofisi ya waziri mkuu anayeshughulika na masuala mengi ikiwemo haya ya watu wenye mahitaji maalum. Tulikuwa na session nzuri kabisa ya ufunguzi na tunafurahi kwamba leo kwa rehema zake Mwenyezi Mungu tumeungana na wewe hapa ili tuweze kuendelea na summit yetu. Tunapenda kuchukua nafasi hii kwanza kukupongeza kwa safari na pole kwa safari, na ni furaha yetu kubwa sana kuwa hapa. Naomba tupigie makofi tafadhali. Ninayo heshima itupendeze kabla ya kuendelea tuweze kupata sala ili tukabidhi session yetu ya leo kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Leo tumekubaliana na host kwamba tufanye iwe jambo la kujitolea. Anayehitaji au ambaye anawiwa kutuongoza kwa maombi, please. Karibu sana. Welcome brother from Karagwe. Yes, karibu.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Asalamu alaykum. Basi kila mwenye pumzi na msifu Bwana. Wenye uwezo wa kusimama tusimame kwa heshima ya Mungu. Kwa wala hatuna uwezo wa kusimama, basi tukae. Tunyenyekee mbele za Mungu, tunatumshukuru. Na tuombe. Mungu wetu na Baba yetu wa mbinguni, watoto wako wa kiume na wa kike tuko mbele zako. Tunakushukuru sana kwa sababu Mungu umetunza katika usiku wa giza. Sisi tulipolala kama watoto wadogo, malaika zako hawakulala, walitulinda na wakatufusha katika usiku wa giza. Tumeiona nuru na zawadi nyingine ya maisha katika maisha yetu. Mungu wetu na Baba yetu wa mbinguni, sisi watoto wako tunakutukuza, tunakuabudu, tunakushangilia. Na zaidi Mungu wetu tunajiweka mikononi mwako kwa siku ya summit. Tunakusihi Baba yetu utuongoze. Sisi ni wana kwako na wewe ni baba kwetu. Tunakuomba Baba yetu na Mungu wetu wa mbinguni, mkono wako wa nguvu na damu yako ya thamani situpungukie popote. Tunajikabidhi mikononi mwako. Ratiba yetu yote tunaweka mikononi mwako. Tunaomba Baba tuanze na wewe, tufurulize na wewe, lakini zaidi ikikupendeza tumalize na wewe. Tumeomba hayo machache sana mbele zako, lakini sisi ni wenye mahitaji mengi. Tunakusihi kwa rehema zako Mungu, utujalie yale ambayo hatujayasema mbele zako. Wewe unajua mahitaji yetu, maana ulishatuahidi ombe nami nitawapa. Sisi watoto wako tunaomba Mungu, tukiamini kwamba utatenda sasa mapenzi yako. Ni katika jina la Mungu Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Na wote tuseme amen. Bwana Yesu asifiwe tena. Nimepewa nafasi ya upendeleo kutambulisha ADC members tena asubuhi, ili mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi apate kuwafahamu. Kwa neema hiyo ya pekee naomba sasa niwatambulishe. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. Mr. MC has asked me to introduce members in this summit room so that the guest of honor can know who are the summit delegates from different parts of this Africa. So for this time, let me start introducing summit delegates from different areas. I would like to start with IDC members from Kenya Action Foundation. Please, if wherever you are, you can raise up your hands. From Kenya, members from Kenya. That is Action Foundation. Then Kwenza for the children from Kenya. Please stand up and raise up your hands. Thank you for coming. Members, ADC members from Uganda. Yes, Mukisa Foundation, thank you very much for coming. Kianinga, thank you for coming. Members from Malawi, Fund for the Nations. From Malawi, thank you for coming. Now members from Tanzania who are hosting this very important summit, Gabriela, Madam Brenda. The second member in Tanzania is CBIDO. CBIDO members, please stand up. Thank you for coming, including me. Now let me introduce other delegates from different areas. Delegates from other members from Kenya, or delegates from Kenya. Kenya, please. Thank you for coming. Members from Uganda, thank you for coming. From Ghana, from South Africa, DR Congo, from India, any other forgotten country? Now from Tanzania. Tanzania people, thank you very much for coming.
Will you please clap for him? Yes, and we do, all of us here, we do our special clapping, please, for him, like this. Thank you. Ndugu mgeni rasmi wetu Dr. Margaret Matonya, sasa hafla hii ina hamu kubwa ya kukusikiliza, na hapa kimeandaliwa kitu kinaitwa keynote address. They just need to have and to listen and to hear the keynote address from the ministry. But before going there, naomba kwa ruksa yako na kwa heshima niweze kuwatambulisha viongozi wa serikali ambao wameambatana na wewe hapa. Nimeona walimu wenzangu, lakini wanatoka ofisi ya mdhibiti ubora, halmashauri ya manispaa ya Moshi, nadhani na wilaya, halmashauri ya Moshi. Tafadhali kwa pamoja msimame, mtupungie na mtusalimie. Tuwapigie makofi kuonyesha kwamba viongozi wetu wa serikali wako na sisi katika tukio hili adhimu. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Basi naomba nichukue nafasi hii kukukaribisha wewe ili sasa uweze kuzungumza na hadhara hii. Dear participants, it's now our turn and our time to listen to the keynote address from it's my time to call Madam Brenda from Gabriela for a welcome remark. Then after that, she will directly welcome Dr. Margaret Matonya. Please, Madam Brenda, will you come here in the podium now?
Mgeni wetu rasmi, our honorable guest of honor, Dr. Margaret Matonya, government officials, ADC chair and ADC members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to just briefly introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Margaret Matonya. She is the Director of Special and Inclusive Education from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and she has a doctorate on gender, disability and education. She has worked at the University of Dar es Salaam as a lecturer for 12 years on the area of disability and education. And she has been in the ministry for 5 years coordinating schools and organizations that have special education at all levels, from early childhood to university. So by knowing our keynote speaker, I will kindly and warmly welcome Dr. Margaret Matonya. Round of applause for her.
Hello. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamani, nawasalimu tena kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Hongereni sana kwa mkutano huu mzuri ambao unatupa nafasi ya kujadili mustakabali wa watu wetu pamoja na watoto wetu wenye ulemavu. Hongereni sana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Margaret Matonya, Director for Special Need and Inclusive Education from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. First of all, I want to acknowledge the presence of Chairperson of ADC, Steve William, and also I want to acknowledge the presence of founder members of ADC, and also I want to acknowledge the presence of delegates from different countries, Tanzania, Ghana, Malawi, South Africa, Congo, India, and the other countries who are participated here in the meeting. And also we have, I want to acknowledge the presence of government officials, like you have seen the quality assurance from Moshi region. And also I acknowledge the presence of special need educational officers. If they are here, please stand up. Please stand up. These are snails from Mosh. And also, I want to acknowledge the presence of other officials from the government who are here. And also, I heard about the presence of Shivyawata and the other umbrellas from Shivyawata. Also, I acknowledge the presence of them. And also, I want to acknowledge the presence of host members from Karagwe and also Gabriela Foundation, and also students who are there, students with disabilities who are there, and all stakeholders who are participating here in the meeting. Jamhuri ya Muungano. Niko hapa kwa niaba ya Profesa Caroline Nombo ambaye ni katibu mkuu kutoka Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia. Anawasalimia sana wote tuliopo hapa na ametutakia baraka sana katika kikao hiki. Naomba tupokee salamu zake. Lakini pia amekuwa na udhuru. Leo tuna kamati za bunge na yeye ndo anayesimama bungeni, na ndo maana amenituma mimi, lakini na mimi natosha. Kwa hiyo nitasoma keynote speech yake kwa niaba yake kama ambavyo yeye angeisoma leo, lakini nikishamaliza nitakuwa na mimi, na kama mkurugenzi wa elimu maalum Tanzania nitakuwa na neno moja mbili. Dear distinguished delegates and esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and honor to stand before you today at the important summit on inclusion and lifelong learning for children with disabilities in Africa. This gathering is a testimony to our collective commitment to ensuring that education in Africa is inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all, regardless of the physical, cognitive, or sensory challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, education is a fundamental human life. It is the foundation upon which individuals build their future and the communities transform themselves. Yet, for too long, children with disabilities in many parts of Africa have faced significant challenges on accessing quality education, not only accessing and participation, retention, and successful completion in education. These barriers ranged from societal stigma, inadequate infrastructure, and the shortage of specialized teachers to a policy gaps that do not fully address their unique learning needs. In Tanzania, we recognize that inclusive education is not just an option, but it is a necessity. The government has taken concrete steps toward making our education system more inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, since our country gained independence in 1961, our most priority areas are to provide education for all without discrimination or segregation. This commitment aligns with the international community requirements, whereby various treaties have been signed and ratified to promote access, participation, retention, and successful completion of students with disabilities to education for all, while assuring that each individual's educational rights are met. These treaties include the 1948 Salamanca Statement on Special and Inclusive Education, the Sustainable Development Goals number 4, 2030, and the African Protocol to the Rights of People with Disabilities of 2018, and also Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities of 2006. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in implementing these declarations, agreement, and the treaties, the government of United Republic of Tanzania has enacted and is enforcing the People with Disabilities Act of 2010, the National Inclusive Educational Strategy 2021-2022, and also 2025-2026. And the recent, His Excellency President of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, has launched the Education Training Policy of 2014, edition of 2023, along with the revised curriculum. This effort aims to strengthen the environment for providing and accessing quality education that ensure the inclusion of students with disabilities at all levels of education in the country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our country has witnessed significant achievement in providing education for people with disabilities at all levels under the leadership of Excellence Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who remains committed in fulfilling our national obligations. The government remains committed to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all, leaving no one behind. The government has made several achievements as follows. The first one, the enrollment in a pre-primary allows from 600, 120 in 2021-2022 for 609,087 students in 2023 2022-2023, and then further increased from 7,000 to 321 in 2023-2024. This increase indicates growing enrollment of pupils with disabilities in pre-primary schools, reflecting improved inclusivity and access to education for children with disabilities. In terms of gender breakdown, there were more boys enrolled than girls across all years, especially for students with disabilities. In 2023-2024, 4,222 boys and 3,099 girls were enrolled, indicating gender gap in the enrollment of children with disabilities. So we have still a gender gaps between boys and the girls with disabilities who are in schools. It means that more boys, they are more preferred to attend the school than girls. While the total number of boys increased from the above statistic, the number of girls also increased from 2,000 to 5,545 to 3,099 during the same period. Over the 3 years, there has been a general increase in the total number of pupils with a disability enrolled in primary schools. So in 2022, the total number of pupils with disabilities recorded at 66,372, which increased to 74,000 in 2023. And the further increased from 78 in 2024, indicating the constant trend in effort toward inclusive education for children with disabilities. The targeted groups of students with disabilities across all 3 years were those with intellectual impairment, with the enrollment raising from 22,000 to 537 in 2022 to 27 in 2024. And also, these are intellectual impairment. They are the lead group in terms of Tanzanian, and also they are following with the pupils with physical impairment. In the second, it is the second largest group with 16,717 in 2022. Also growing from 1807 by 2024. The number of students with math impairment also recorded a significant increase from 395 in 2022 to 500 to 85 in 2022. In terms of gender distribution, the data indicate that boys consistently outnumbered girls across all types of disabilities. For instance, there were 44,075 boys with disabilities enrolled compared to 34,031 girls in 2024, reflecting a gender disparity that persisted throughout the year. In 2024, the number of students with disability in secondary schools slightly increased to 16,512 from 16,120 students in 2023. And also low vision was the most prevalent disability, accounting for 37.29% of enrollment in 2023 and 36.52% in 2024. Physical impairment was the second most common type of disability, even in secondary schools, making up 29.08% in 2023, and it increased slightly to 29.65% in 2024. Other significant categories included hard of hearing, and also were lost slightly from 12.36% in 2023 to 12%, 52% in 2024. And the deafness also decreased from 10.05 in 2023 to 9.65 to 2024. And also in secondary education, gender distribution showed that girls slightly outnumbered boys in both years, although the overall enrollment remained relatively balanced. In 2023, there were 827 girls enrolled compared to 7,693 boys in 2024. And also there were 8,574 girls enrolled compared to 7,938 boys. This is a positive sign indicating that both girls and the girls with a disability in secondary are receiving equal opportunities for secondary education. In terms of the number of teacher training colleges offering inclusive and special need education has increased from 1 to 3, now including Patandi, Mpwapwa, and Kabanga. Patandi is the mother of all colleges providing education for teachers for special needs and inclusive education. And also further, from 2024-2025 academic year, all 35 government colleges providing a diploma in education have incorporated a component of inclusive education as a compulsory subject for all teachers to make sure that all teachers, they have ABC on how to support and also how to identify the children with disabilities into their curriculum. Additionally, growth in the number of higher education institutions implementing inclusive education with the establishment of specialized units, centers, help desks, policies, guidelines, curriculum improvement, and programs for students with special needs education. It means that before we have just one higher education providing education for students with special needs, but currently we have 19 higher education providing that education, which has given the flexibility of students with special needs to have a wider chance to select courses they want to study when they finish Form 6. A total of 19 higher education institutions have implemented inclusive education. This University of Dar es Salaam, Alith University, Open University, UDOM, Muse Duse, and also other colleges. And also we have expansion of accessible infrastructure to meet the needs of students with disabilities at the preschool, primary, secondary, college, and universities. Also we have a guideline that emphasizes the construction and the rehabilitation of infrastructure to meet the target of students with disabilities. Also strengthening the coordination of special and inclusive education at the ministry and also at the regional and the local government levels. As I speak now, we have 368 special need education officers from primary school and secondary school who are working and supporting the children in the level of the district. And also we have 36 regional principal level who are coordinating the inclusive education in the region and also working closer with the special need education officers who are working at the ministry. Likewise, inclusive education coordinated units have never established within various institutions under the ministry, including Tanzania Institute of Education, it is TAI, and also National Examination Council of Tanzania, Tanzania Institute of Adult Education, and the Higher Education Loan Board, and also the National Library Service, Tanzania Council of Universities, TCU, National Council for Technical and Vocational Education, and Training and Activity. All these institutions have a focal person and also have a unit where this unit works on the children with the disabilities or special needs. And also integration of inclusive education in the policy and the curriculum development across all levels of education to cater all students, including those with disabilities. And also inclusive education is now taught at all teachers training colleges nationwide. Expansion of stakeholders involved in implementing inclusive education in the country from 4 stakeholders or NGOs to 1,022 in 2024, because we have taken that number when we were just inaugurating the 30 years for implementation of inclusive education in Tanzania. And also we, ladies and gentlemen, we are strengthening home visit, education assessment, and support services for children with severe disabilities and severe health challenges. So most of teachers in a Friday, they are going to the children home. The major issue is just to assess the environment of the children with disabilities, and also the collaboration between the families, and also orienting how they are supposed to support these children. And also in Tanzania, we have a homeschooling program whereby the children who have severe disabilities and also health, critical health condition, and who cannot attend regular schools, or it is difficult for them to attend the classroom. So we have this school homeschooling, and the mode of this homeschooling is the child, when we identify that they have a disability, and then we are registering to the school X, and then we are getting the program from the school X, and also we are giving the children the prem number, and also the teacher, they are going at home to conduct the program from the school X for the children who are studying at home. And currently we have 60,091 students nationwide. We are receiving education through homeschooling. And also increased use of ICT in teaching and learning for students with disabilities, including assistive technologies such as screen readers, embosser, projectors, tablet, digital, wheelchairs, voice recorders, and the other ICT assistive technologies. And also in the country, we are strengthening the adaptive sports and games for children with disabilities through Special Olympics, Paralympics, and the supports and academic competition for primary and the secondary schools in Tanzania, and also higher education. Sports and the games include scoreboard, athletics, footballs, and also basketball, which is accessible for children with disabilities. And also in the country, ladies and gentlemen, we have increased the budget allocation for the procurement and the distribution of special and assistive technology and also educational materials across all levels of education. In 2024-25 financial year, over 10 billions Tanzanian shillings have been used to procure teaching and learning materials compared to the year before 2010. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Tanzania acknowledged that despite having an inclusive system, but we still have challenges in delivering education to students with disabilities, particularly those with the severe challenges. We started this homeschooling, but we still having challenges on how to facilitate this homeschooling for the children with severe challenges. The government, through the Minister of Education, Science and Technology, with the collaboration with the POLAG, and also together with educational stakeholders, continue to take various measures aimed at eliminating barriers in accessing quality education for all students, including those with disabilities. These measures include developing guidelines that can direct how to support the education of students with disabilities, and also that can support stakeholders on how, such as teachers, parents, education services providers, curriculum developers, educational leaders, and the community at large to actively participate in ensuring equal education opportunities for students with disabilities. So, however, we acknowledge that there are still much work to do based on how to provide quality education for children with disabilities, ensuring the inclusion and the life learning of children with disability requires sustained commitment, collaboration, innovation, and passion for service providers. We must move beyond the policy frameworks and focus on the practical implementation strategies that bring real change to the life of children across the continent. To achieve this, all stakeholders, including government, non-government organizations, educators, policymakers, researchers, development partners, and other components to work together in the following key areas. The first one is strengthening inclusive educational policies. So we are supposed to make sure that we have ensure that national policies on education explicitly address the needs of children with disabilities and are effectively implemented. This point highlights the need for clear national policies that specifically focus on the educational requirement of children with disabilities. Effective implementation of these policies ensure that inclusive education is not just a theoretical concept, but a practical reality. This could involve legislation that mandates schools to accommodate students with disabilities, ensuring equitable access to quality education. Government involvement, advocating for policies that promote inclusive education at the national and the local level is essential. Engaging with the policymakers can help ensure that laws supporting the right of children with disabilities are enacted and enforced. Funding for inclusive education, for increased funding can help schools acquire the necessary resources to support inclusive education, such as accessible facilities and specialized teaching and learning materials. These are the first area we are supposed to look together, strengthen inclusive educational policies. And the second one is investing in teacher training and capacity building. Teachers play a crucial role in fostering inclusive classrooms. This point stresses the importance of professional development for educators, equipping them with the necessary skills, knowledge, and attitude to support diverse learners or diverse needs of the learners. Training programs might include strategies for differentiating instruction, understanding various disabilities, and fostering an inclusive classroom environment that values every student. Education training, teachers and the school staff need training on inclusive education practices. Workshops can be organized in collaboration with the NGOs and the government bodies to equip educators with the skills necessary to create a welcoming environment for all students. Peer educational programs, training students to be advocates for their peers with disabilities can foster a culture of acceptance and understanding within schools. Peer-led initiative can help to prevail stigma and encourage friendship among students. And the issue number 3, enhancing infrastructure and learning materials. Accessibility is vital for inclusive education. Schools must be equipped with features such as ramps, elevators, and the wider doors, ways to accommodate students with mobility challenges, including those who use wheelchairs or have difficulty in walking. This element not only facilitates movement within the school, but also promote independence, allowing students to navigate their environment without unnecessary barriers. In addition to lamps and the elevators, accessible restrooms, and designated pathways are essential also. Clear signage that uses large print and visual symbols can guide students with visual impairment or cognitive challenges. Furthermore, classroom should be designed with a flexible seating arrangement to accommodate various needs, ensuring that all students can participate comfortably in discussion and activities. Equally important to physical accessibility is the availability of diverse and accessible learning materials. Educational resources must cater to the varied needs of students with disabilities, ensuring that everyone has equal opportunities to learn. This includes providing materials in multiple formats, such as braille for visual impairment students, large print for those with low vision, and the audio format for auditory learners. Digital resources play a crucial role in this context. E-books and the online platform can be designed with the accessibility features such as adjustable text sizes, audio narration, and interactive content. These tools not only accommodate students with disabilities, but also enhance the learning experience for all students by offering personalized learning pathways. And also the observation number 4 is leveraging technology for inclusion. Technology can significantly enhance learning opportunities for children with disabilities. Tools such as screen readers, speech recognition software, text-to-speech software, visual supports, and braille displays improve the efficiency of these students in their classrooms. This highlights the potential of digital tools and assistive technologies to provide personalized learning experience. Personalized learning experience. Investments in information and communication technology (ICT) facilitate access to educational resources, enable remote learning, and support various learning styles, whereby bringing educational gaps for children with disabilities. And also digital tools can be customized to meet individual learning preferences and needs. For instance, a student might use a combination of text-to-speech and visual support to grasp complex concepts. Additionally, technology can make learning more interactive and engaging, appealing to diverse learning styles. Educational apps and interactive software can motivate students to participate actively in their learning. Investment in ICT also improve access to resources that are often limited in traditional settings, including online library, smart classroom, educational videos, and interactive courses. This rise of digital platforms allows to flexible learning environment, enabling students with disability to learn from home or in non-traditional settings. This flexibility provides opportunities for them to thrive outside the conventional classroom. By utilizing these technologies, teachers can create a more inclusive classroom where all students, regardless of their abilities, can participate fully and effectively. In the Tanzanian context, changing society attitude toward disability requires a multifaceted approach that involves community engagement, awareness campaigns, training policy, advocacy, and also collaboration with the NGOs. By fostering a supportive environment and promoting acceptance, Tanzania can move toward a more inclusive education system that benefits all children regardless of their differences. This shift only improves the educational outcomes, but also enrich the community as a whole by recognizing and valuing the contributions of individuals with disabilities. The area number 5 we need to work on is promoting community engagement and awareness. changing society attitude toward disability is essential for fostering an inclusive environment. Engaging with the community members, including parents, caregivers, and the local leaders. This helps to build a supportive network that champion inclusive education. As we know, most of parents, when they have children with disabilities, first of all, they feel shy, even to expose their children to the community or to the society, and this shyness cause the children to become at home all the time without going even in school, even attending to the hospitals, even enjoying the life for their peers or for their siblings at home. So we need to engage these parents and the other stakeholders in order to make sure that they are aware on the children with disabilities, and also they support. Awareness campaign can help dismiss myth, reduce stigma, and encourage acceptance of individuals with disabilities, creating a more inclusive community Engaging parents, caregivers, and the local leaders is vital. In many Tanzanian communities, leaders hold significant influence, and their support can encourage acceptance of inclusive education. Organizing community meeting and a forum can help involve these stakeholders in a discussion about the importance of inclusive education and also the importance of children with disabilities. And also building support network, creating support groups for parents of children with disabilities can foster a sense of community. These groups can share experiences, provide emotional support, and advocate for better education resources and policies. Many communities may hold misconceptions about disabilities, often viewing them as a cause or punishment. So awareness campaign can educate the public about the capabilities of individuals with disabilities and the importance of inclusion in education. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks in our collective effort, I'm confident that we can create an educational system that upholds the dignity, potential, and the right of all children, regardless of their differences. I thank you all, and I look forward to fruitful discussion and also lasting partnership for inclusive education in Tanzania. Thank you very much for effective attention and listening. I welcome. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Na wasalimu tena kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asante sana. Kama utakuwa na swali, kama una observation, una kitu chochote, nipo kwa ajili ya kusaidia.
She said that if you have any kind of observation, any kind of question, any kind of discussion concerning all her speech, please, you are welcome to bring the notes so that you can just have the clarification or sort of stuff. Good morning once again. Are you okay? For those who can stand up, please, can you just stand up for a while? Okay, you can just put your hands that way. All the hands, please. Yes, we go in the right. It will be your left, please. Okay, and then right. Yes, that way. So we go that way again. And the back. Oh, thank you, God. You can just use your one leg. You do like that. The other leg, please. All right. I think it's much better. We can get Get seated, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dear distinguished participants of this summit, considering our timetables, we need to go for the panel discussions. And it was our turn now to go the panel discussion number 1. But we were thinking that because of our time and the tea is ready, we go for that tea break. How do you see that? How do you see it? Thank you. Ndugu zangu, tunaongozwa na ratiba. Ratiba ilikuwa inasema kwamba tunaenda kwenye panel discussion, lakini kwa sababu ya wakati chai itapoa, iko tayari. Tuko tunaombwa tupate chai kwa muda mfupi. Mnaonaje? Ni sawa? Sasa mnaona kwamba muda hauko upande wetu. Tumeombwa tutumie dakika 30 tu. Chai iko tayari pale. Tukapate chai. Tukirudi moja kwa moja tutaenda kwenye panel discussion number 1, na hii nitawaambia atakayetuongoza wakati huo. Kwa hiyo hivi sasa ninaomba viongozi wetu, dada Brenda, mtamuongoza mgeni wetu rasmi katika eneo lililoandaliwa kwa ajili ya chai na short break. Baada ya nusu saa kutoka hivi sasa tunaombwa kurudi ndani tuweze kuanza discussion zetu. Tunawashukuru sana kwa utulivu na usikivu. Amani iwe nanyi. DJ, usinidharau jinsi nilivyo. Usinidharau jinsi nilivyo. Tafadhali. I think you're ready, DJ. Tunaomba tuendelee kubaki mahali tulipo mpaka viongozi wetu waweze kutoka. Tutafuata na wenzetu, marafiki zetu hapa upande wangu wa kulia, pamoja na viongozi wa serikali. Alafu tutaendelea. ADCs, please, with our guest of honor, members of ADC, my friends, please, viongozi wetu, government officials. DJ, if you are ready, let's go. Floor manager, utusaidie kwenye swala la chai liweze kwenda vizuri. Jaza.
amenifanya nilivyo moyoni mwangu, ninayo amani. Wekeza kwa mtoto.
Turudi ndani, turudi ndani wapendwa, tuendelee wakati hauko upande wetu. Tafadhali turudi ndani. Tusaidiane tuingie ndani. Pale nje naomba tusaidiane tuingie ndani wakati hauko upande wetu. Tuingie ndani ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba zetu.
Kila mtu afikirie.
Nije nitafutie tena ile usinidharau jinsi nilivyo. Wakati unaendelea na hiyo, tafuta ile nyingine. Wapendwa, mahali tulipo, tafadhali tuingie ndani, tuendelee na ratiba yetu. Wakati ni ukuta, wakati hauko upande wetu. Tafadhali, kama sauti yangu inakufikia, naomba uingie ukumbini na usiingie mwenyewe. Mchukue wa kushoto na wa kulia, uingie naye. Tafadhali, mchukue wa kushoto, mchukue wa kulia, ingia naye tuweze kuanza shughuli yetu. Tafadhali studio.
Sina
Habari ya muda tena. Habari ya muda tena. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ninaomba tena niombe utulivu wenu. Tukiendelea na summit yetu ya mwaka huu 2025 yenye theme au kauli mbiu inayosema an inclusive Africa for children with disabilities. Naomba niwakaribishe tena tuweze kuendelea. Na sasa tunaenda kwenye mawasilisho au panel discussion. We are straight away starting our panel discussion. And the panel discussion number 1 will be Beyond Access, Designing System for Lifelong Success of Learners with Disabilities. We have a number of panelists, but the moderator of this panel discussion will be Mr. Daniel Musiwa from Malawi. And now I'm humbly welcome Mr. Daniel here to lead this panel discussion number 1. Please put your hands together for Mr. Daniel Musiwa from Malawi, all the way from Malawi to Tanzania. Yes. So you will do, yes, I will give you the microphone. Oh, absolutely, you have it. You have a number of panelists. I think I should leave this to you. You welcome the panelists, introduce them and their bio so that we directly start our panel discussion. Please, I humbly welcome you, Mr. Musiwa. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MC. Okay, good morning, everybody. No, let me actually give you a very warm welcome from Malawi. In Malawi, I would have said Mwadzuka Bwanji Nonse, right? So that's Chichewa for good morning, Mwadzuka Bwanji Nonse. And then you would have said Tadzuka, okay? So I'll say that again, Mwadzuka Bwanji Nonse. Thank you. And then in Swahili, habari za asubuhi. Asante. Okay, it is a pleasure. My name is Daniel Musiwa, and I am coming from Malawi, where I am the programs manager for a beautiful organization known as Fount for Nations, which is one of the founding members of ADC. And my role this morning is to just sit here and listen to some very accomplished people. Actually, I only have 30 minutes, but I can guarantee you that the knowledge these people have can take the whole day. But we'll try to keep it short and sweet. So what we are discussing today is going beyond access. So we all know that education is one of the first steps that we're trying to ensure that children and youth with disabilities are able to access. But how do we move beyond that? How do we create sustainable systems that can ensure lifelong success? So from not just them having access to education, but from them moving from early childhood education to higher learning until employment. So we'll be discussing a couple of themes. That's from early childhood education to bridging educational transitions, successful models for lifelong learning, strengthening school and community support, and the like. So I would like to introduce my first. Childhood education, emphasizing core values such as the fear of God, self-reliance, discipline, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my first panelist, Christine Muringi. Welcome. Wherever you want to sit. Okay. Okay. Then my next panelist needs no introduction. I call her the humblest woman in Tanzania. She's running a very brilliant center here. She is the founder and executive director of Gabriella Children's Rehabilitation Center, and her name is Brenda Schumer. Ladies and gentlemen, Brenda Schumer. Welcome, Brenda. All right. Next to the stage is a humble man who also told me not to write a whole essay for him. I have Victor Ligaya, and Victor is coming from the Action Foundation in Kenya, and Victor is the Rehabilitative Services Lead, and he is an occupational therapist by profession. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Ligaya. Welcome, Victor. And then my next panelist is Sadina. So Sadina Tikansimile, I hope I pronounced that right, is a prosthetics and orthotics specialist and an assistant lecturer at Kilimanjaro Christian Medical University College here in Tanzania. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Prosthetics and Orthotics from KCMUCO in 2015. So she was recognized as the best student in her program and received her award for her research efforts. In 2020, Sadina was awarded a Commonwealth Distance Learning Scholarship, which allowed her to further enhance her expertise in the field. Beyond her academic and professional pursuits, she is involved in promoting youth entrepreneurship here in Tanzania, having participated as a panelist in a webinar focused on nurturing an entrepreneurial mindset among young people. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm hand for Sadina. Welcome, Sadina. And my final panelist is Nancy Sumari. Now, Nancy is the founder of Jenga Hub. And Nancy, so the organization focuses on empowering youth and women through education, entrepreneurship, and leadership. She's passionate about community development and sustainability. Nancy holds a degree in business administration and has extensive training in social entrepreneurship and community leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nancy. Welcome, Nancy. Okay, so now that I have all of these amazing people up here, let me stop speaking and let them share some of their wisdom with you. I am going to start with Christine, and we're going to start discussing early childhood education. I think I would love you to share with the audience why you think early identification is important for laying the foundation for success in education. And how can inclusive learning environments support this? Yes? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and good morning, everybody. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Great, I thought I had learned it very well. Anyway, my name, as you've been told, is Murungi Christine, and I am going to be sharing specifically about autism, because that's the area that I'm more familiar with in terms of early childhood education and disability, as well as inclusion. Well, we all know, or if we didn't know, autism is a brain development delay that affects a child's behavior, speech, communication, social interaction, and the like. So now let's imagine an adult that is not able, for example, to use the bathroom. That would be hard, right? We all agree. So if there was no early intervention for a child that has autism, that is the kind of adults that we would have. And I guess that's what the Bible says, that we train up a child in the way they should go, so that when they grow up, they will not part from it. So that's the main importance of early interventions in early childhood development, to enable these children be able to live independent lives. And I believe that there is no child that comes from an autistic family. There is no husband who goes and marries a wife that is autistic, and then they have autistic children. So that is why we need to have them included in our environment, in our social beings, in all our spheres of influence or life. So that, yes, they can learn from the other. This I have seen, where the children, the regular children or the neurotypical children, first of all, learn that autistic children exist. And they are able to help them in every way that they need to be helped. They understand them better, and they will never stigmatize any child or a person or an individual with autism. Now, under normal circumstances, nobody goes to God and asks for a child with autism, right? Nobody. But when they get these children, they are definitely frustrated and tormented. And maybe they have siblings, maybe they don't. So in most cases, they'll go out to find a school for them. That is when especially when they don't know that their child has autism. Most schools are saying no to these children. So we end up having the special needs schools, but we don't have special needs families. So for me, that is why inclusion is very, very important, to prepare the world, the whole world, for an inclusive world, for an inclusive lifestyle. So if there's no intervention at the early stages, there will be no inclusion later on in life. There will be no inclusion. I mean, we have so many people here who have different disabilities, and they are independently working in different spheres, in maybe in the government or in the private sector. And I believe there was at some point early intervention for them. So I hope your question has been answered. We really need to include them as early as possible. We need to identify their challenges as early as possible, so that we can seek intervention for them to be able to live independent lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What I really took away from that is the idea of preparedness. I think it's very important that even our systems, as we're trying to create an inclusive world, even our children understand what it means for us to live in such a world. So I think that's the key thing. And also for us to be able to prepare to support very early, rather than doing that late. So I think that's what I took from that. Thank you so much, Christine. And then I think the next person who would be great at speaking, it would be Brenda. And for her to share with us in terms of bridging educational transitions. So we have identified early, yes. So what are some of the barriers that learners with disabilities are facing when transitioning through educational stages? And for you specifically at Gabriella, what are some of the strategies you are using to facilitate a smooth transition?
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniel, for the nice topic. It's just to continue on how Christine has been talking about. We emphasize on early identification, of course. So by the time a child is identified, then they go through the main productive or productivity activity that a child has is either play or school. So now if we think of schooling, then they go to early childhood classes or education, then they go from there to primary school, then to secondary, to university. So as we, with our experience of working with children with learning disabilities, we work with them in early childhood education, ensuring that they are able to learn. And as they learn, there are some, we get two groups. There are some who perform really well and can transition to mainstream primary schools. And as we are talking about children with autism, of course, we know some of them have, they are really intelligent. Yeah, and not only them, also those with dyslexia or ADHD, some of them are able to go to mainstream schools. So as we transition them to mainstream schools, the challenges that we meet there is that now they need teachers who understand them. So then we have to go into teacher training or capacity building for the teachers in the mainstream schools so they can be able to accept these children into their classes. But not only those ones, but also their classmates. As we work with the teachers, we have had experience of working with very nice teachers. Some of them that as we built their capacity, they also got into it. And this teacher was telling me, I can give an example, that she would tell her other fellow students, that the students that are there, when this one cries or starts screaming, we all say, sorry, sorry. So then they all say sorry, whatever they call the child's name. And the child then calms down, feeling like the whole class is with me, they feel my frustration. And so with that way, she involved the whole class. For this child with special needs, he had autism. So we can see that it is important not only to build the capacity of the teachers, but also to involve the students that are in the class of this child who has disability. And also, as we work with the children, we have seen that there are some who cannot transition into mainstream schools. So for that purpose, then we transition them into classes that are able to get them to vocational training, because then they can learn a skill that they can use in their life to become productive, to earn an income. So we shouldn't just give up on them. And most of them get stuck, even in special needs schools or in mainstream schools. They might get stuck in a class. We find them in classes that if this child is in class 3, they're stuck there. They keep repeating class 3, class 3, class 3, because they cannot transition due to their ability or the capacity of learning that they have. But they can be taught in a way that they transition into vocational training, and from there, then they can still have a life and become independent. And I think as our keynote speaker talked about the efforts of the government trying to do that, and we have seen that the curriculums now are changing, involving vocational training into schooling, which is really important for children with special needs. So thank you. I think that is how I would say it's really important to mix both of that.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Brenda, I love that you mentioned the efforts of the Tanzanian government, because that was the key takeaway for me as well. How now they're making it mandatory for the teachers to be able to know and identify this. And I think that is a huge systems change that we really need for us to be able to provide the support as we've identified as children. Now as the transitioning through all of those stages, those who are able to move forward and some of them who need extra support for them to move forward. Thank you so much, Brenda. We'll be moving along. We, unfortunately, because of time, will not have time for questions. What I would advise is there were sticky notes that were placed around. I would advise that you write down any questions or comments that you might be able to have. And then I think during lunch or whenever you can network, the panelists are very open to be able to like further their interactions with you. So I think that's what I would advise. So as we are talking about support, we have identified as they're transitioning, I think then one of the key things is looking also at the child's environment and looking at the families and the communities who can be able to support these children as they're transitioning. So I think, Victor, this is a great time for you to come in. And for you, I would have a question to say, how do we improve the collaboration between families, educators, and the communities to be able to provide sustained support throughout all of this transition of learning?
Thank you so much, Daniel. I just want to add on what Brenda has said. And all of us, we can agree the governments are doing what the best they can. For us, what we just need is the partners and all the stakeholders to keep on pushing them and holding their hand and to work together throughout the journey, because it's not an easy journey. So in addition to what Brenda has said, I think parents, caregivers, and the children themselves, they need to be having support groups. And as the Action Foundation, where we are working, and the communities we are working with, we have all those dialogues with the community leaders, where you are able to share out all those issues that arise in terms of the education and how to support the children with the disabilities in relation to education. Another thing that we are doing at the devolution part of it in Kenya, we are influencing the governors and even the sub-counties to come up with the disability support committees, which can be meeting at least monthly. In these meetings, the meetings comprises all the stakeholders, the teachers, the caregivers of or parents of children with disabilities, the medical practitioners, the local leaders. So within this dialogue, they are able to iron out issues that will be able to be pushed to the county government and hence to the national government. This now comes in with a point where now we are lobbying for all governments, both the national and local government, to create funds. Because all these dreams that even I have had the keynote speakers speaking about the plans, all these things need funding. And when we have the funding, then it becomes very easy for advocacy at all levels. May it be even to peer influence, may it be even developing the materials, learning materials, the teachers, the caregivers, and even the children themselves. And also some people we are trying to pull in this conversation who are very critical, they are the fathers. So the fathers, their main aim is just providing, but we are now making a step further. Despite you buying this learning material, how are they being used? How do you see them helping your child? And funny enough, simple things like maybe playing. Most of the fathers, we don't see any importance of playing. But however, during the trainings, after we've incorporated them in our trainings, and they did try, and the results were very productive. Not only are we just focusing on a rehabilitative part of it, we all know the aspect of these children, especially for the early intervention. Play is very important, and it cuts all the cadres until they are now there to the adulthood. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Victor. So for me, my key takeaway is collaboration, because I think as we're creating the systems that support, we need to be able to collaborate. And that stems from collaborating within our families as a family unit for both the father and the mother, and then also collaborating within our community, and also collaborating for the financial burdens that it takes for us to create these systems that can be supportive. All right, thank you so much, Victor. Now, I would love, this is something that we do in Malawi in terms of healthcare as a conduit for education. And one of the things is kids get sick and they're not able to attend, and some conditions also ensure that your immune system is not as strong as the other kids. So we have a healthcare expert up here, Sadina, who's specifically in one field, but I would love to know, Sadina, why is accessible healthcare important for lifelong learning, and how can we improve accessible or access to healthcare for learners who have disabilities? Sadina.
Thank you so much, Daniel. As we know, healthcare is a very important issue, not only for learners with disabilities or people with disabilities, but for everybody. So healthcare for people with disabilities or young children, learners with disability, is very essential, and it goes beyond medical care. It goes to rehabilitative care, especially for those who need mobility assistance, those who need mental support, those who need hearing aids. The entire community of people with disability go beyond the normal health that somebody else would be seeking. And this plays a vital role when it comes to education or educative seeking behaviors, since without intervening and understanding that a person has a certain disability and it needs extra attention, there is no way that they can go into normal mainstream education. For instance, when there are two types of disabilities, there is the visible one and the invisible one. It's very easy for a visible disability to be catered for when it comes to healthcare. When somebody has mobility issues, it's very easy for them to get care earlier than when somebody has invisible issues, anxiety or depression issues, mental issues. It's very difficult, and it needs an extra mile for you to understand that I have a child with disabilities and I have to seek for healthcare interventions. So when it comes to visible disabilities such as mobility aids, prosthetic and orthotic devices, walking canes, sticks, it's very easy, since first of all, the healthcare has been widened up and people have become now aware of mobility, of different mobility devices that can help them access education. Some years back, you could say that somebody could not go to school in fear of stigmatization or discrimination simply because they cannot move, or they cannot walk, or they have amputation, or they have a certain disability that makes them feel that they don't fit into the society or education. But then we have gone an extra mile to tackle that part of disability when it comes to mobility, since there is a great awareness of mobility devices, wheelchairs, prosthetic devices, orthotic devices, and such kind of rehabilitative care. But then we still have an issue when it comes to visible disabilities. First of all, for a parent to recognize that my kid has this disability is an issue. It has gone to an extent that we do not only need children with such disabilities to seek health cares, but we also need their parents to seek health cares for their mental support. So it has come to the extent that once the parent recognizes that my kid has this form of invisible disabilities, then they seek for health care. This healthcare has played a vital role when it comes to multidisciplinary education, whereby we have healthcare speaking to trainers or teachers, especially in early stages of learning. It's easy because we also have schools that train such people for instance, Gabriela or other schools, and there are some mainstream schools that can accommodate such people. But then the problem comes when they are now evolving to higher education. How are they transitioning? Is the healthcare seeking behavior still helping? To some extent, for those with invisible disabilities, it is becoming an issue simply because, first of all, there is a tendency of parents hiding the form of disabilities that their children have. So once they come to higher learning education, you find that teachers are not aware of such disabilities, or they are aware, but they simply don't expect maybe to find somebody with hearing problems in a class full of other people. So it's becoming an issue, and you find that, first of all, it's a problem for a teacher to transmit education to somebody with maybe hearing impairment or vision impairment. But then again, we still need healthcare collaboration, the multidisciplinary team effort, whereby we have a parent, we have healthcare providers, we have rehabilitators, we also have the person with disability. In this multidisciplinary approach, we can work together to ensure that the moderator or the teacher understands the form of disabilities, and then the parent is ready to open up and accept that my kid has this form of disability, and now they're transitioning, they're seeking higher education. I have to ensure that where I'm taking my kid, the university or the vocation training is aware of this form of disability, so that this person can get extra treatment, or they can get a fair treatment, at least, to say, for instance, if somebody is in a class full of students who can hear well, and she has or he has hearing impairment, you'll find that this kid will always need to sit on the front desk and always look at the instructor or teacher. But then if the teacher is not aware of this situation, the teacher may have a tendency of moving around class or walking around as they transmit education. So this person will not be able to get the information that the teacher is giving out, simply because for them to learn, they have to constantly be looking at the teacher, the way he moves the mouth, the way he acts, so that they can understand. So there is a need for inclusivity when it comes to multidisciplinary rehabilitation, what I can say, whereby parents accept the forms, especially the invisible disabilities, because with the visible disabilities, it's not a big deal. A lot of educators are now aware of creating an environment where they can surpass, they can move from one place to another. They've been working rooms all over the buildings and everything. So for those who require mobility or for those with visible disabilities, it's not an issue. We still have to work an extra mile for those with invisible disabilities, especially in creating awareness of these forms of disabilities. I can tell you there are some trainers who don't understand that at this stage at my university, maybe I'm teaching an MD student, I can receive a person with autism. They still don't accept, or they are not aware that they can have somebody of that nature in their class, and they feel that it's normal. That's why so far we have gone beyond changing even our curriculums to competence-based curriculums, whereby you find that we give enough time for a student to learn on their own, simply because we want to include these people in both healthcare services and education services.
Wow, very, very rich information that you have given us, Adina. And I think as you were speaking, what I realized is the idea of just stress and anxiety, and how that could also affect someone's ability to be able to go and seek healthcare, right? And how our systems are designed to support that. So I think it's very important for our healthcare systems as well to be able to identify both visible and invisible disabilities, and to be able to support that as someone is transitioning from all of their education stages, and being able to support that. Thank you so much, Adina. And then we have one panelist who we have not heard from her wisdom, and I think as the world now is moving to become more tech-centered, more technologically centered, I would love to hear from Nancy. How do you think we can incorporate the needs of learners with disabilities in technological advancements? And why is it important that we can leverage assistive innovations for lifelong learning?
Thanks so much, Daniel. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you today. So I think working in the technology space, one of the things that come out quite obviously is the fact that there is a disruption taking place across different industries and sectors. And I think it gives us an opportunity as a society to go back to the drawing board and figure out how technology can really be an inclusive driver in our communities and really reach for the inclusive ethos that we're all striving for as a people. I think the idea that technology can then become a convening power or an area where human-centered design takes place is quite critical. A huge example of that is, for example, how we began our work in the sign language space. So we were primarily an organization that basically just set up infrastructure in public schools. So we worked quite closely with the government to set up STEM clubs and do teacher training in the conventional idea and thinking of it. So we were working with we assumed that we were going to go to the school and just work with students. When we arrived there, it was very obvious for us that children are differently abled. And if we wanted to work in the space, we needed to think how technology can be able to serve all of these children and meet them where their needs are the most. And that is the beautiful thing about technology, where you are able to go in and really think and engage and really become inclusive. Think about ways in which, if we're working with sign language individuals or students and teachers, we needed to include them in that conversation and really be equals. So figure out what is it that we need and they need and how technology can be able to serve us all. And that goes beyond signed language. So for now, Kalimani is an application that is leveraging the power of artificial intelligence to digitize the sign language curriculum, or let's say the government curriculum into sign language, and uses animation to do so. So it's quite place-centered. It is across different learning units, including mental health and climate change and sexual reproductive health and rights, etc., including the regular curriculum. But it is only technology that has been able to become a tool and a driver to allow us to address it in that way. And that goes beyond sign language. It is able to allow teachers to connect with each other, to address different issues around children with autism. So it's that collaboration power. But it's also, again, to emphasize, it allows us to forcibly become inclusive, to not design anything without the individuals that we're designing for. It also pushes us to become more creative and more innovative. Like I mentioned, disruption is automatic when we're talking about technology. And so it forces us to rethink all of our systems, including education, healthcare, our social settings, etc., and allows us an opportunity to do so. So it doesn't choose. And I love that the fact that technology is also becoming cheaper and cheaper as time goes by. So it allows all of us to be able to contribute our ideas, our thinking, and our disruptive thoughts. So I myself started outside of it, and now I'm in inclusion, and I'm very proud and happy to be here doing that. And I encourage all of us to be able to rethink. I know we are all working in this space, but we can invite also folks who are outside of this space through technology to be able to participate and walk with us in this journey.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow, brilliant thoughts, I think, across when we're looking at how we are able to design systems for the success of learners with disabilities across. And I think just tying everything together, I'm hearing that it's very important for us to identify early. It's very important for us to create systems that support as they're going through all those different levels. It's very important for us to collaborate at these various stages. That's within the home, outside of the home. And then it's also important for us to look at how a healthy child and a healthy mind is very important for continuous lifelong learning. And lastly, how we can be able to leverage technology to bring everything together to ensure that at whatever stages that they're going through, as technology is adapting, we're also adapting to their unique needs. I think that is what we had for you guys. Thank you so much. I'm being informed that our time is out. We will give it to the next speakers. But for me, thank you so much. It was great sharing the stage with all of you. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Nancy, Sadine, and Victor. And we hope that some of the thoughts that we've shared with you can help us continue the discussions as we're going through the day. Thank you so much, everybody.
Will you please put your hands together once more, please? Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for leading your panel. Very, very good. No. Wait a moment, please. Will you please wait a moment, please? Please. We need to do something for you, at least doing something for you. Yes, Madam Kisha. Before we do something, just get prepared, please. Just get prepared. It is with this great honor that we had a good and successful discussion. And thank you, Mr. Daniel Musiwa, for leading it. But yes, in the morning today, we had a good speech from our guest of honor, from the Minister of Education and Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania. It is now my honor to welcome Madam Brenda here so that at least we do something for her. Then, while sitting there, we will request our guest of honor to do something for you. Then I'll allow you to go back. Please. Yes. Please relax there. Madam Brenda, please come and say something. And
yes, so I welcome our guest of honor, Madam. Could you please come to the front? So we have a special something for you as a someone who gave a keynote speech.
thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Thank you, madam. So you are I'm bringing you back to the panel. You are the panelist. Thank you. Thank you. Now, for this honor, to honor this first panel, why don't you just receive the gift from the guest of honor? How about that? How do you see that? It would be very good. Okay. She will do it so later because she has already went to sit down. I think Kisha, come here please with the gifts. I'll call just one by one, starting with the moderator, Mr. Daniel. Please, you go this way. You have your gift, then you go back. We thank you very much. You just have your present, or you'll just send there so that we have the group photo. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. All right. Wow, that's very good. Thank you very much. All right. You start there. Please, Brenda, you'll follow and followed by Victor. Then Nancy, Christine, and Sadina. You proceed, Kisha, please. You don't need the picture. Okay. Congratulations. Yeah. You are the best. Congratulations. Now the group photo, please. I think Mr. Abdullah Munishi is now getting prepared to come to the floor. Done. Congratulations. Put your hands together again. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. God bless you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, according to our timetable, we are now going to the panel discussion number 2. And our panel discussion number 2 will be led by the moderator known as Mr. Abdullah Munishi. Will you please, Mr. Abdullah, come forward? And Abdullah is going to lead us in the discussion in the following topic, from the tokenism to true inclusion, holding communities acceptable for disability rights. You are warmly welcome. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Abdullah has his own panel, and like Mr. Daniel did, please allow me now to handle this floor to Mr. Abdullah. He will proceed with the introduction, then we go forth. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Good afternoon, everybody. As Mr. MC explained, I'm going to moderate. The topic says, from tokenism to true inclusion, holding communities accountable for disability rights. Now, before we start our discussion, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my panelists. The first that I'm going to introduce, she's the project coordinator at Kafika House, a rehabilitative surgery program dedicated to transforming the lives of children with disability in Tanzania through surgical intervention. She works to ensure children with disability receive the care and support needed for their rehabilitation. Brownie holds a degree in project management, and she has extensive experience in health project coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brownie Winchester. Please welcome. My second panelist I'm going to introduce, she's actually the founder and director of Slick Hub in Kenya, an organization dedicated to empowering individuals and communities with a focus on disability inclusion and communication. She is also a member of AfriGlow, an organization that promotes women in business and society. She has a master's in diplomacy and international relations, and degree in communication and media studies, and has specialized training in disability rights through inclusive communication and advocacy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Diana Wambui. And the third panelist I'm going to introduce is actually a founder and director of Katalemwa Cheshire, an organization dedicated to supporting individuals with disabilities in Uganda. He has expertise in disability rights, rehabilitation, and inclusive development. He holds a degree in social work and has specialized education in prosthetics and rehabilitation therapy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Herbert. And the last person I'm going to introduce, please welcome Mr. Samuel Marwa Muhogo. He's a skilled special education teacher from, please, I would like him to introduce himself. Please have a seat and take a moment, 1 minute to introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon. How are you? I'm very proud of you being here. My name is Samuel Marwa Mohonge. I'm a special need teacher by professional. I'm teaching currently St. Pamacus Inclusive Secondary School and the Catholic Diocese of Moshi, but also I've been working with local daycares, primary schools, and also secondary schools in teaching children or pupils with special needs, especially Braille, those with visually impaired, deaf, blind, as well as kids with cognitive developmental disorder, including autism, ADHD, according to their needs. So thank you. I'm going to join my colleagues here for this panel. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Are you guys ready? Thank you. Now, we are going to start our discussion. As the topic says, I'll just go straight to the question to Ms. Diana. What is the difference between tokenism and inclusion? That is first. But also, how can we ensure that inclusion is genuine and not tokenism? Please, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much, even for this invitation. I run an organization called Slick Hub. And everywhere I go, please allow me to do this, Mr. Moderator, and with your permission. What we do mostly before I answer the question is promotion of sign language. And everywhere I go, I ensure that everyone has left with a sign. Will you allow me to teach you just one? I can't be able to sign with my microphone, so I need to allow her to hold for me. Let me come this side. No. There. Aha. Ease your hands. Thank you, good students. Lugha ishara ni bora. SLIC stands for sign language is cool. I'll first show you in English. That's okay? Aha. Murudi ambapo, whatever it is that I'm doing, sign, language. Aha. Hizo vidole lazima ziwe easy, Language is, kutoka kwa mdomo si huku. Is cool. Aha. Waweza weka madoido hapo hivyo ufanye cool. Aha. Ama bora. Aha. Turudie. Wengine wanafanya hivi is. Is. Aha. Is cool. Aha. Ama cool. Ama cool.
Nice. Aha, kwa Kiswahili lugha ishara ni bora. Aha, turudie. Aha, even if you will not have learned anything, you have learned a sign, isn't it? Now I can answer the question. Now, tokenism is an attempt. It's usually an attempt or a symbolic action on showing there is some kind of inclusivity, some kind. And we are using the word symbolic. So it is not real. It's just symbolic. Inclusion, on the other hand, is when we feel everyone else is included. However, I put a caveat there because we have different kind of inclusivity and inclusion. We have LGBTQ community that would want also to feel they're included, isn't it? But for this matter, we are talking of disability inclusion. Now, in our governments, I learned yesterday or even today that in Tanzania, we need a workforce of 3% of persons with disability in the workforce, isn't it? In Kenya, it is 5%. And the minute that was declared, let me give an example from Kenya. Firms and organizations started looking for persons with disability, whether physical, whether visual, whether whichever disability, and they employed them. Of course, they were qualified. But now what they did not do, it's ensuring that the environment and even themselves were inclusive. What we do not understand is that inclusion is also about our mindset. So if our mindset has not changed, then you will not call that inclusion. So whoever it is, I call this mindset problem is a cancer. It's actually a cancer that we have that needs to disappear and disappear completely for disability inclusion to happen. And so they brought whoever it is that they've employed in the organization, but now the worst thing, they could, the best thing would have been not even to employ, because what happens later on is actually worse. Because you employ someone with disability and you give them a desk and they stay on their own. You only just give work. Is that inclusion? That is not inclusion. Now that is tokenism. Okay? Inclusion, definition of it is, let the environment, let whoever it is that is in that organization, for example, the mindset, the everything is changed. So that even as you're working, this person is not working alone, but you're all working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Diana. I think now everybody understands clearly the difference between tokenism and inclusion, okay? And frankly speaking, I think there is a lot of tokenism in our society now. So I think it's time now to change to fully inclusion, okay? Now, my second question is going to actually focusing on the role of community in disability inclusion. And I would like to call upon Mr. Herbert. And my first question is, what is the role of community in disability inclusion? That is one. Two, do you think community has done enough on this? Please, welcome.
Thank you, moderator. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go on, let me first make one correction. I was introduced that I'm the founder of Katarina Cheshire Home. No, that's not true. I'm just the director there. That institution is actually older than myself, so I can't be the founder. But that's okay. Thank you so much. This question is very pertinent. What is the role of community in disability inclusion? To me, before I actually go to the community as a whole, I would love first look at a family as the smallest unit in the community. What role does the family play before we go to the entire community? The role I would think of is, first of all, bringing everyone on board, including PWDs. And how are they brought on board? It is the function of the community, it is the duty of the community members to make sure that children or people living with disabilities are brought on board, they're engaged in each and every activity in the community, leaving no one behind. I'd imagine everybody here, or some of you have read this book of David Wenner, Nothing About Us Without Us. There's nothing that can be talked about inclusion without members of the community being involved. How are they involved, in other words? There must be some sense of awareness to know about their involvement, to know about what they're supposed to contribute into the community in order to have inclusion. My colleague here has talked about it. It's not a matter of giving tokens, but if people living with disabilities are engaged through awareness campaigns, then it's the duty of the community that supports inclusion. In my country, there are so many programs that concern different communities, and some of them
50-50 the days to come, because we have persons with total blindness, we have those with a low vision, we have the deaf and other physical disability personnel. But how are we going to make them feel that they are now counted into every single stage or wherever they are as a society? Because they are our brothers, our sisters, but also they are friends. They are the fellow citizens whom also they need to pay the tax for the building of their nation. So how are they going to be included if there's no any clear policies, the strategies that really need them to come together in politics, education, and every kind of place that we see that they have a thing to add for the betterment of their nation. So not only in Tanzania, Kenya, Malawi, whatever, but all over the continent, but also the globe. Let now be the good ambassadors of initiating this soon, from the family level to the where we want to go, including into other economic zones and other spheres where our brother and sister, they really need to be recruited and counted as human beings with their fully respected dignity. At such point, we be now saying these policies and whatever, now are they working? Or this, we call them the inclusion should be well inclusion with positive impacts to the entire society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. Now, before we wrap up this session, I have a general question, and I would really like to hear from your experience from Madam Diana about policies in Kenya, but also Mr. Herbert about policies in Uganda, and Mr. Samuel about policies in Tanzania. And my question actually is, are they redefined policies to accommodate local communities' integration to Africa and global village?
Thank you so much for that question. In case of Kenya, just like I believe many African countries, if not all, we have policies, but they are in papers. Yes, you see, I'm having so many supporters there, isn't it? We have so many of them, actually, that can really help, but they are somewhere gathering dust. And it is upon us, even us who are here, and us who are here, to really get to see what is it, what are these measures that we need to take, and actually take that courage without fear, you know, and collaborate. Let's have the government and us and everyone else involved, get rid of them from the shelves. Let's go through them. Let's have the implementation of them. As I had mentioned, it would be very bad for me not to mention this. However, if you come to room 2 in the afternoon, you will hear more of what I have. When it comes to the communities, what we do as SLIC is that you heard me say about the cancer of the mindset. For us, that's where it starts. And we use sign language to exclude, or rather to eliminate, that mindset that we have for persons with disability. Now, sign language is not a language for the deaf only. It's not just for these ones. It is for all of us. And we have evidence in this, that whenever you learn sign language, we don't want you to be an expert in it. We just want you to learn the basics, that we can just communicate. That whenever you learn, there is something in your mind that changes. The view on persons with disability. And what will we be doing with that? We will be killing 2 or 3 things with one stone. Number 1, you gain a skill. Number 2, you help the deaf child. Number 3, you reduce the barrier, the communication barrier. Thank you.
Oh dear, thank you very much. And I think my time is out. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Mr. Samuel and Herbert. I think during your presentation, you actually touched a little bit about policy. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah, for leading us in that second panel discussion. How was it? How was it with you? Okay, we just do our thing like once again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Madam Kisha, we are doing it once again, and we'll start with Mr. Abdullah himself. Mr. Abdullah himself. We'll start. Oh, sorry. Oh, very sorry. It happens anyway, and you're fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Kisha, please, Mr. Abdullah has to follow it, please. Wow, smart. Thank you. Miss Diana Wambui. Then Madam Brownie. Then Mr. Samuel, I think. Mr. I'm looking for the name. Mr. Hubbard, then Mr. Samuel. Yes. Mr. Hubbard, then Mr. Samuel. We have the group photo there. Congratulations for this good and precious discussion you made for us. And my fellow participants, you have the sticky notes on your table. So you are encouraged to prepare the questions, if any. And the volunteers, when time comes, will go through your tables and collect the questions, if any, please. Any kind of concern questions, you are encouraged to prepare them, and our volunteers will go through there and collect the questions. Thank you very much, the panel number 2. I think you did a very, very good job for us. It's now my honor to welcome my friends from St. Pamachos, if I pronounced it well, for your presentation. They have a good presentation here. I think it is a song or something, and that will be our commercial break. That will be like a good break. And after that, please, we prepare ourselves for the next presentation, meaning the panel discussion number 3. That will be led by Miss Florence Namanga. So, Miss Florence Namanga, you'll have to get prepared when time comes. You're welcome, my friends. You do the presentation. The floor is yours. You do it now. Then, do you need microphone? All right. You go to the center. You go to the center. Please direct them, please. Hapo hapo. Okay. Wapendwa, tunapata nafasi ya commercial break ambapo wenzetu kutoka St. Pamachos watajitambulisha vizuri, watafanya presentation. Nadhani wana maonyesho mafupi mawili watafanya, halafu baada ya hapo tutaendelea na panel discussion number 3. Tafadhali.
Good afternoon, everyone here. We are students from St. Pamachos Inclusive Secondary School, the school involving people with special needs and people who are not having special needs. We are going to introduce our presentations about special needs or inclusive. So thank you, and you're warmly welcome to listeners.
Mimi mwenzenu nasikitika, kwa ulimwengu wanavyonitenga, eti sababu mimi mrema, inasikitisha. Hiyo inasikitisha. Mimi mwenzenu nasikitika, kwa ulimwengu wanavyonitenga, eti sababu mimi mrema, inasikitisha. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Ona, 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 wazazi wangu wameshatengwa, mimi mrema, inasikitisha. Wanaambiwa mmeshazaa mtoto mlemavuni na mkosi. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Ona, 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 mimi mlema, inasikitisha. Anaambiwa mmeshamzaa mtoto mlemavu na mkosi. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Nikipita kwenye eneo naonekana kama video, ulimwengu wanavyoitenda inasikitisha. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Waniiti kwa jina langu, wananiita kwa lile jina la ulemavu wangu. Jamani, inasikitisha. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Nikipita kwenye eneo naonekana kama video, inasikitisha. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Waniiti kwa jina langu, wananiita kwa lile jina la ulemavu wangu.
Tunaruhusiwa kuwatunza, tunaruhusiwa kuwatunza.
Inasikitisha. Anaambiwa mmeshamzaa mtoto mlemavu na mkosi. Jamani, hiyo inasikitisha. Ona, 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 wazazi wangu wameshapewa mimi mlemavu, inasikitisha. Wanaambiwa mmeshamzaa mtoto mlemavu.
Tunaruhusiwa kuwatunza.
Inasikitisha. 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 Inasikitisha.
Hapa. Karibu sana katika ile burudani ya maana ambayo watu wengi walikuwa wameisubiri kwa hamu kupitia Azam TV, burudani kwa wote. Mechi dume, mechi ya kibabe, mechi yenye hadhi ya kuwa ya 5 barani Afrika, ukiacha Soweto Derby ya kule South Africa, lakini pia Casablanca ya Morocco na Al Ahly dhidi ya Zamalek ya nchini Misri. Hii ni Azam TV, burudani kwa wote. Mwamuzi wa kati Ramadhan Kayoko kutoka Dar es Salaam, Kheri Sasi King of Dar es Salaam, lakini pia Mohamed Mkono kutoka Tanga na Tatu Malogo kutoka Tanga. Mwamuzi wa kati amekwisha kuwasilia, dakika 45 zinaanza, muda so mrefu. Mimi ni Ghalibu Mzinga. Assalamu alaikum Tanzania, Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Kabumbu limekwisha kuanza kukanyaga upande wa juu. Anasogea nayo sasa ni Khalid Aucho. Peleka pale upande wa juu, lakini kwenda kuzuia vizuri kabisa vijana wa timu hii ya Simba Sports. Cheza pasi nyuma kabisa kwa goalkeeper Musa Pinipini Kamara. Cheza na Chemaloni Fondo. Chemaloni anaanza na Spia JR. Spia anapeleka pasi katikati ya dimba kwa Yusuf Ali Kagoma. Fabrice Luamba Ngoma kanyaga pasi kutafuta Chian Chale Ahu, apeleka mali upande juu, lakini Christian Leonel Ateba Mbida kwenda kuchelewa, kwenda anacheza kwenda kuzuia magendo. Ibra Baka huyu askari wa kikosi maalum cha kuzuia magendo KMKM Zanzibar, cheza na Jigitiana Sprint Protector. Shadrack Isaka Boka, peleka mali upande juu kwa Clement Francis Mzize, kabisa kwa Stefan Kiaziz. Aziz kampunguza pili pa Zuzua. Zuzua anaingiza mali kule, lakini kwenda kucheza. Anakwenda kule Clement Mzize. Clement Francis Mzize kwenda kumsalimia Spiderman kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Spiderman anaitikia kazi endelee. Kunyavu. Wananchi wanapata bao la kwanza ikiwa ni dakika chache tu. Mwamuzi Ramadhan Kayoko anawaita kati, anawaambia njoo hapa wekundu kutoka Msimbazi Dar es Salaam, karibu kabisa na ule mtaa wa Jangwani. Timu ziko karibu kweli kweli. Yaani ni mwendo mfupi tu kutoka katika kambi ya wekundu wa Msimbazi. Na wananchi wameshatangulia bao la kwanza. Yusufu Kagoma anamwekea Mohamed Hussein Zimbwe Junior. Junior anapitisha kwa Shomari Kapombe, show me the way. Elimpanzu kachukua mali ile, pitisha kwa Christian Leonel Ateba Mbida. Christian Leonel anataka kufanya vitu vyake hapa, lakini kana kucheza vizuri Dickson Job. Kona ile wekundu wa Msimbazi wanapata kuelekea katika lango la wananchi. Kwa kipindi hiki wananchi kidogo hawako vizuri kwenye mipira ya set pieces. Yaani mipira tulivu. Wananchi wamekuwa na hakona inakwenda kupigwa na Jan Chale Ahua. Weka kona ile. Ngoma! Fabrice Luamba Ngoma fabulous. Anasawazisha bao lile. Alimwangalia tu Jigitiana Sprint Protector. Mali ilikuwa inaning'inia katika anga lile, kwenda kujitosa kichwa kikali ambacho Sprint Protector Jigitiana kinakwenda kumshinda na kudumukia moja kwa moja katika neti. Hii ni Azam TV, burudani kwa wote, na hii ni Azam Sports 1 HD. Tukutane katika dakika 45 za kipindi cha pili. Mimi ni Karibu Mzimba. Simba moja, Yanga moja.
Asante. Jamani, mpigeni makofi. Makofi hayatoshi. Aha. I say. DJ kwanza nirudishie mic yangu ilivyokuwa. I say. Sasa niombe pengine ikimpendeza mgeni rasmi aje apige nao picha. Yes, ngoja mgeni rasmi aje apige nao picha hapa. Ikae vizuri namna hiyo. Mgeni rasmi amekubali. Akae katikati hapo. Dada Brenda, please muassist mgeni rasmi. Yes, namna hiyo. DJ wangu yuko wapi? DJ wangu atakuwa ni Simba, maana Yanga ndo alianza kupata goli. Yanga oye! Yanga! Mnafungwaje? Asante sana. Piga picha tayari? Asante sana. Mwisho mgeni rasmi, asante sana. Anawasemesha, anaambia hongereni. DJ wangu nitafutieni mahali ameenda tafadhali, kama yuko karibu. Alitakiwa atusindikize na wimbo ule wa Gabriela wa jana. Hapa palikuwa mahali pake pazuri kabisa. Hongereni sana wanafunzi wangu, watoto wetu. Papa Marcus, your job is good really. Kazi yenu ni nzuri sana. Hongereni sana na mfike mbali, na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Hata mimi kama kaka yenu na mwalimu wenu nimewabariki. Asante sana. Asante. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi pamoja na washiriki wote wa mkutano huu mzuri kabisa, summit yetu ya African Collaboration. Tunaelekea sasa kwenye panel yetu ya 3. Na nashukuru sana, labda niseme tu wazi, tunashukuru sana moderator wetu. Wametuendeshea kwa kujali muda, lakini kitaalam kabisa. Hebu tuwapigie tena moderator wale wawili ambao wametangulia. Yes, kazi imekuwa njema sana na jambo limekuwa zuri. Niombe na ni rai yangu kwamba Inawezekana ukawa una maswali katika zile presentation mbili ambazo zimetangulia. Kwenye meza zetu tunazo talk notes ziko hapo. I mean hizo note ambazo zimewekwa au pads za kuandikia. Rekodi swali lako vizuri, lakini unapoandika swali lako elekeza kwenye kile kikaratasi ni swali linahusu panel namba ngapi. Usisahau hiyo kitu. Hakikisha unaandika ukisema ni panel namba discussion namba 1 au namba 2 au namba 3 au ni presentation namba 1 au namba 2 au namba 3. Tunapoyakusanya basi iwe rahisi kusort na kufanya mambo kama hayo. Yes, we insist when you are writing the questions, make sure you identify which presentation are you aiming to post that question, so that it will be easier for us to pick the question and work on it. Thank you very much. Basi mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi pamoja na washiriki wote, now it's my honor to call Mrs. Florence Namanga. This is the founder and director of Mukisa Foundation and Special Children Trust, and she is also a treasurer of ADC. She is coming here to lead us in the panel session number 3. Yep. Please bring back the chair for moderator, please. Volunteers. Have your special chair. Yeah. Please, thank you, Mr. Floor Manager. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this is our treasurer of ADC, and she will be the moderator of this particular session. And the session will be about disrupting the cycle of economic inclusion, transforming policies, markets, and the mindset. Please, madam, I humbly welcome you. And the floor is yours. Clap your hands for her, please. Put your hands together, please. Wow, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Namaganda. And I've always wanted a shorter name, and I found it in Tanzania. So thank you. I will go home and tell them my name is shorter by a few whatevers. Now I'm Namanga. So welcome to this panel discussion. I'm honored to be here. And we have had some auditory stimulation. I would like us to have some proprioceptive stimulation. We are the ones, my charge is very big because I'm the moderator of a panel just before lunch. When you have sat through 2 different panels, what might happen is that you might nod a lot and agree with everything. So before we have that happen, I would like you, if you can, to please stand up. So I am going to use, so follow these instructions. I am going to use my new name from Tanzania, Namanga. Okay? So when I say, Namanga says, you do. If you don't hear Namanga in the sentence, don't do it. All of you, they are going to be my watch guards. If someone does what they are doing, what I've told them to do without Namanga, they sit down, they're automatically out of this game. Have we understood? Yes. So let's try. Namanga says, stretch to the ceiling. Raise your hand and stretch towards the ceiling. Some of you are stretching like this. Stretching, I would imagine a good stretch. Okay. Namanga says, stretch towards the ceiling. Namanga says, bend to touch your toes. Stand up. If you're standing, sit down now. You're out of the game. Namanga says, turn around. If you're turning around and you're still not bending, sit down. Only the ones bending. Namanga says you can now stand up. Okay. Namanga says stretch to the right. Stretch to the left now. If you're stretching towards the left, sit down. So, Namanga says face backwards. Wherever you're standing, face backwards. Namanga says that. If you're facing backwards and your hand is not stretching to the left, sit down. Those of you who are still stretching, Namanga says clap for yourselves. Sit down. Sit down. You can now sit down. Okay, you are really clued in. Namanga says take your seat. So thank you very much. By the way, for reference, Namanga was only here. She's Namaganda now. Okay. So you're very welcome. And I would like to ask all my panelists to come forward. All panelists to the third panel, please come forward. If you know you're a panelist on the third panel, just come forward. Oh, the gun is over. Panelists, you can come forward without me saying anything. Please come forward. I see some of you are a bit scared of coming. You're like, is it still a game? So, distinguished guests, the panelists before you are all-round inclusive experts, but I'll let them introduce themselves because I cannot do them justice if I did it myself. So I'll wait for my friend to get located. Okay, we are all here. So I'll pass the mic to the extreme.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Deogratus Chami, a Tanzanian, an activist, and I'm using a wheelchair for consecutively 28 years actively. You are warmly welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Agnatha Rutaza. I'm the managing director for a community-based organization known as Tusonge. We are based here in Moshi, and we are doing social justice and inclusion, being part of it. So I'm humbled to be part of this discussion.
Thank you, Ma'am Rutaza.
Jambo, everybody. My name is William Daniel Kivuyo. I'm a retired teacher, and I worked in several secondary schools in Tanzania, including government and private, that's the church schools. And from 2017, February 1st, I was head of school for children with physical disabilities called Faraja Maalum, or Faraja Primary School for children with physical disabilities. And I stayed there for 6 years. After the 6th year, I was asked to be a director of education, a director of Faraja Forward, which aimed at helping children who are not in school. So it makes a total of 8 years working with children with disabilities. But before that, I was head of education or education director of Evangelical Lutheran Church in Tanzania, head office in Arusha. Thank you very much. You're welcome to this panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Deacon Elirema Joshua Kaya. I'm the director of BCC, Building a Caring Community Program, This is a project under the ELCT Northern Diocese that deals with the individuals with intellectual disabilities in the area of Moshi. And last year, we expanded our program into High District, Moshi High District. We have about 12 centers altogether, and we serve children and young adults, 246 right now. I'm happy to be here and be part of this panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucky Mahenzo, working for Kuhenza for the Children in Kenya. Yeah, and I'm also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Thank you.
So thank you very much. As I told you, I have a very wealthy panel. I'll dive into the questions immediately, and I'll start with you, Mr. Kaya. Economic exclusion has been a long-standing issue, and I guess that's why you started your organization. From your perspective, what is the root cause of economic exclusion, and why is it so difficult to break this cycle? Because we have talked about economic exclusion again and again, but the cycle continues. Why is it so difficult to break it?
Thank you very much for that question. And as you said, one of the reasons BCC is existing today will be to also try to address this question. We are the church. As a church, we want to be a caring ministry. And in that case, we are involved on seeing how we can help the community include people with disabilities and let them live a happy life just like any person or peers without disabilities. One of the reasons will be, for economic exclusion will be lack of needed skills. So I think in most cases, people with disabilities, because of the historical barriers in the, for example, training institutions, which I now see that there is a lot of efforts to address this. And especially in Tanzania, this morning we heard from the keynote speaker talking about the number of strategies that the government have put into place to address issues of also accessibilities in our institutions. Most of the people with disabilities would lack education or skills that will be needed for them to later be either employed or start their own income generating projects. I would like to say the policies, if there's no policies in place that will address these issues, it will be difficult. But also the involvement or engagement of the community and also organizations. And I think, to me, today I'm also very happy to see that we are sitting here in this building, organization from Africa, that we are discussing this issue of inclusion. And I think the same is to address issues of economic inclusion. If we advocate for policies that will be friendly and support inclusion activities, that will be one of the solutions. But if we are not involved, then it's a problem. But also, there is an issue of self-advocacy. People with disability need to know issues of right, and also how to communicate their needs and how to seek support. Because I think if people with disabilities themselves will stand and advocate, and we other organizations support them, policies will be put in place. The government will not just keep quiet. They will act. So self-advocacy approach is needed for people with disability. If it's not there, that will be one of the reasons why it becomes difficult. Somebody has said in the other group, in the other panel session, that somebody wrote a book about nothing about us without us. So the involvement of people with disabilities and their families will be one of the solutions to break this cycle. We in BCC, we are doing our work comprehensively because the church is doing holistic work to help individuals with disabilities to start projects. Like we have young adults who graduate from the program, they are developing their own income generating projects. We are training them now to do this, and later when they go out of the program, we give them projects to do, and we are following them up to see that projects are making meaningful income. We are doing that, and we involve the family, and we talk about this in the church to raise awareness that these people, they have abilities, they can do things when they are even given a lot of support, and they can do a great thing for their life. So awareness raising is another thing that we really need to put in place. If it's not there, then that makes the whole process so difficult. Yeah.
Now, on this panel, we have a land friend. That's Lucky. Now, Lucky, would like you to tell us, how do current policies and market systems perpetuate economic exclusion? And after you've told us that, what are the urgent areas that need transformation?
Okay, thank you for your question. We all understand that education, vocational training, and someone gaining skills is the equalizer, making persons with disabilities marketable. Because again, when we are looking at persons with disabilities being empowered economically, it means we need to start with the education system itself. But however, looking at our African countries, we find that there is a lot of exclusion. As much as we are focusing on primary, secondary, and tertiary education, but we have not put much focus on vocational learning. And this is really impacting persons with disabilities with how marketable they are in the society. Looking at the laws and policies when it comes to issues of employment, they're premised on two principles. One is non-discrimination. Most laws and policies require employers not to discriminate upon anyone on terms of disability. And this is also required to be seen during the recruitment policy processes. A good example would be even when you're doing an advertisement, is it accessible to every person? And the answer is usually no. When we come to the selection and even the interview process, we find that we are still lacking on ensuring that we are providing persons with disabilities the access to these opportunities. The second principle is on quotas. We clearly understand, or most of you are aware, most laws and policies of government have stated that, let's say in Kenya, 5% of everyone in any employment sector must be persons with disabilities. But however, this is something that is sitting in the laws, but it is never implemented. You'll find that the government itself does not even amount to 2% or even 3%. But the problem is there is no one who is coming up with proper plans or proper procedures of ensuring that all these principles are being implemented. We are good at putting in the policies and the laws, but we do not want to implement them. Who is there going after private institutions, going after even the government itself to see whether persons with disabilities are employed? And when we are talking about non-discrimination, do we see the government itself being in the forefront, or are private sectors even aware what it means when we are talking about non-discrimination when we are doing our recruitment processes? So what is needed is governments to come up with proper plans of ensuring the implementation of all the laws and policies, whether it's on non-discrimination or the quota system. However, all these two principles are not enough to ensure that persons with disabilities are getting proper access into the job market for them to be self-reliant and be economically productive for themselves and even their families and their generation. Governments need to come up with incentives. These incentives need to be given to the private institutions, companies, to know that when we do this, there is something that we are gaining out of it. It is like a way of encouraging people to employ persons with disabilities. Again, we also need to ensure that private institutions, the government itself, understand what it means by non-discrimination. We have to look at our physical environment. Is it accessible? We have to also look at the access of information. We also have to focus on providing a reasonable accommodation, because it is one thing to be hired, and it is also another thing to ensure that you're staying employed. A good example would be a person who has a disability may not be able to work within the 8 to 5 p.m. schedule. It means that an employer should be made to understand that I can provide reasonable accommodation for such a person. The other thing that we also need to understand is we need to work on our own education systems. Because we are at a time as a world, we cannot convince anyone to employ a person with a disability without credential or the qualifications that are needed for that job. So it means we have to make sure that our curriculum itself, from primary to secondary, tertiary, university, and even vocational, it is inclusive. And there is meaningful learning for children and persons with disabilities. Or else we will continue to say that they are not getting access to employment or even being economically empowered. So we really need to focus on making sure that persons with disability are getting the education and also getting the skills that will make them marketable. Then again, after that, we need to work on ensuring that we have laws and policies, but we have clear plans. We have clear procedures of ensuring that we are implementing them. We also have to use the courts. We need to ensure that persons with disabilities have access to justice, because if one faces discrimination and they cannot go to court to claim their right, what does it mean? Are we even passing a message to other employers that what has been done is not right? So that is what we need to do to ensure that persons with disabilities are all economically empowered and they are self-reliant. Thank you.
Lucky, just before you transform, whenever we talk about policies, it's like going down a dark tunnel that is so dark and there's no hope. But I would like Lucky to give us some hope. Are there any 2 countries where these things are working?
Yes.
Just share 1 or 2.
Yes. So I'll start with, it is a developed country, as much as we don't like to compare ourselves with them because of how they advanced. But Canada is leading when it comes to employment of persons with disabilities. They are at 56%. And they have made sure that they are not putting it just into law, but they have proper plans and procedures of ensuring that people with disabilities are getting employed. That is why I was saying, as governments or as countries, we need to just move further than just coming up with laws and policies, and looking at what is it that we are doing to that local, private, or company to ensure that 5% of persons with disabilities are employed. Or we've said the quota, the non-discrimination part of it. Are we ensuring that we are going to these offices, these places to see? Yes, we've said that recruitment needs to be not discriminatory, but the question is, who is taking time to ensure that all these processes are done in a way that persons with disabilities feel like they have been accepted? Again, I will repeat, we do not need to just focus on the laws when it comes to employment. We really need to start from the foundation level. Let's empower our children with disabilities. And when we are talking about empowerment, we understand the different challenges that these children have. But however, who has ever thought of taking children with disabilities or young adults with disabilities to learn in vocational centers? Because these are skills that are also marketable. But our focus is only on people going to colleges and universities. But sometimes it is not working. But if one can learn about plumbing and they are able to show their skill, it means that an employer will be convinced to employ them. So again, we really need to focus on the implementation part of it. Let's not put laws and policies. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, we have very good policies because our problem is running to South Africa to copy. But however, we do not think of how we will ensure we are implementing all this. So we should come up with proper plans and strategies of ensuring that what we have in the law or in the policy is being implemented. Thank you.
So thank you, Lucky. Thank you for giving us some hope and then dashing it again. So, yes, Madam Rutaza, when Lucky speaks, it sounds like we have something below everything is mindset. Now I'm wondering, how can we change mindsets down at the local and the cultural level? Yeah, psychologically and culturally, how can we change mindsets towards disrupting the systems?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I should start by saying that we need to know and understand that there is a huge ability in disabilities. Wherever we see disability, we should appreciate and understand that there is a huge ability. So the perpetuation of the inability in the disability is straight forward coming from our own mindset, individuals who we are surrounding these people with disabilities. And I think going back, this is something which has the root from how we are socialized, the communal relationship in our families, starting from the nucleus family. If it happens that you have a baby or you brought a baby with a disability, the family is like, finds itself in a great shock. Something which is like a social constructed kind of attitude and perceptions which are really very negative. So the mindset has contributed significantly to perpetuate and manifest challenges which people with disability encountered, particularly in relation to economic capabilities. I'm talking this from the experience of my organization, Tusonge, that we are dealing with the people with disability in our projects. And these people, they've demonstrated a huge capacity of high performance with good results and huge impact to themselves and to their families. And this goes with the approach which we use in the process, because I think the kind of the education which we offer as individuals from the informal sectors, but also from the formal sectors, the kind of the education which we offer, we must ensure that it bridges the gaps of economic challenges. So if we offer education either from the informal sectors like NGOs, what kind of methodologies, what kind of approaches do we use to ensure that it's an inclusive approach whereby even people with disability in that particular group, they will also participate effectively and their ideas will be highly integrated in the discussions. And finally, when we come out with the deliberations also carry part of their ideas and their interest. So when it comes to the implementation, they implement what they believe this is all about us. So I think that the mindset of thinking that these people with disability, they don't have ability, and you tend kind of make all the decisions and the plans like you are making a ready-made basket for them to ask them to carry. This is not the way to do things, because these are the people who have their brain, they have their integrity, they have their dignity, they have capacity to do things. So I think the mindset which we carry as people, from the family level to the communities, I think is something which we need to work on that. And the moment we shall be able to overcome the mindset, surely I want to affirm that the disability will not be the disability which we see today. It will be the disability with economic production. It will be the disability with the capacity to contribute to the national gross product, but also it will be the disability which we don't need to just point out as people who are always not having ability. And finally, I would like also to say that it's high time for us to change our own perception of looking to the disability and taking the mode of charity. We need to change the perception and the focus from the charity model to the empowerment model, the model which claims that everyone has rights to access the equal opportunity in terms of resources, employment, and everything. So when that is clear, then we shall come down to the level of looking, what do we need to put in our houses? How much do we need to clean our houses so that this model can work of empowerment? It goes to the previous panel that we move from tokenism, then we go to the real level of talking of inclusion. Putting policies in place at the workplace, like ourselves, like organizations. What kind of policies do we have in place to ensure that if we have an employee with a disability, will equally enjoy and access all the opportunities like the others? So that should come at the secondary level when we have just worked out on our mindset and see the disability as a normal and something which is always having a huge ability, and accept them in our setup and in our communities. So that's what I can say for the time, but I think we should go out from this room knowing that there is a huge ability in disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kivuyo, as a trained educator, we have heard from everyone that education is important, but we also hear from the marketplace that people with disabilities are not well trained. They don't have the right skill sets. So my question is, how can we as educators, as schools, as institutions, train our persons with disabilities better to match the changing market?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Maybe I start with the meaning of education. In my view, I think education is transmission of knowledge and skills to an individual. And such knowledge and skills are expected to mold this person, to change him or to transform him to become a more productive person, a person with several values, a person with humility, a person with respect, a person who can think more critically, and a person who can answer some questions in a very respectful way and not a destructive way, but rather a constructive way. Now, we need such people in education, such people who do not only possess the certificates or the degrees, call them anything, those documents, but a person who have in their hearts the feeling of being a person to help others in the community. And in this context, the people with disabilities. Now, with the people with disabilities, we need to give them skills and knowledges that can help them become more useful to the community. They can depend on themselves to make or to earn living. That is the way we can help them help themselves.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chami, as someone with disabilities, who you told me you were 13 years when you got your accident. So I imagine that all through life you've gone through and you have been part of several grassroots movements. Could you mention a few grassroots movements and tell us how they impact economic empowerment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. And it's very true that by using a wheelchair, I started using it when I was with 13 years old, of which I've experienced a lot on a wheelchair. And we used to be with a lot of movement that was regarding with the accessibility for quite a long time. And by the time when we were starting this kind of movement, we observed a lot of things that within the marketing place, they are not accessible. Within the financial institutions, the place were not accessible. And these were the barriers for us to be engaged in some economic activities. But currently, you can see a lot of financial institutions, they are having the pathways where someone can get in easily, where someone with a disability can access an ATMs, as well as once you go in a marketing, you can see there is a place where it's prepared very specific for an individual with a disability to do his or her own business, like an entrepreneurships and all of this. But also, we have a lot of case studies with this movement, because by the time when this movement of empowerment was starting, a lot of places, as I've mentioned, were not accessible. But as we go on, we have a lot of people who are getting employment within different sectors, as well as when you go to several learning institutions, you can experience some people with disabilities are involved in employment, whereby when we were starting this movement, the place were not accessible even for a student with a disability to be enrolled in a class. And myself, I'm a case study, very real case study, because I faced a lot of challenges by the time when I was in a school. But the good thing is that I'm a vivid living case study, whereby a lot of communities, they have already transformed their understanding regarding people with disabilities. We have our high learning institutions here in Mosh. By the time when I was admission, I was admitted there, the place were not accessible. And they were asking me a lot of questions that, how are we going to accommodate you? And what I asked them is for them to give me an opportunity to be in a class, and then all solutions will be provided. So we work with them. They were coming several times to ask me, so how are we going to accommodate? How are we going to make the infrastructure to be accessible? Whereby in a very short time, that institutions were blessed to be a full-fledged university, because they enhanced the right of people with a disability by adopting the physical infrastructure, and the students were very good accessing the classrooms, seminar rooms, library, and all of this. And because that place were also with the microfinance, that microfinance also, it was a very good opportunity for them to learn through the principle of cooperative, that they started to employ some people with a disability, where most of them, they are students from the same institutions. And we went on with this movement, whereby we enhanced the principle of inclusions, whereby this principle is regarding with the, we call it a RECU principle. If someone can write for your own benefit, RECU. This is the principle of inclusions, whereby for inclusions to happen, someone with a disability can easily, or has to be with an opportunity to have an easily to reach the place easily, whether in a classroom, whether in a working place, whether is in the office or at any point. It has to be easily to be reached. After reaching a place, for inclusions to happen, someone with a disability has to be with the right to enter easily in that place. After entering in the place, someone with a disability has to be with the right to circulate easily without any barriers, whether in a class, whether in a working place or what. And thereafter, we have U, that is utilizations. For inclusions to happen, someone with a disability has to also to have an access to utilize the available resources that are in a place like other people. This is what we call inclusions, because sometimes if you can observe a very many places you can reach easily, but you can have the challenge to enter as an individual with a disability. You can enter easily, but you can face challenges to circulate. You can circulate easily, but you can face the challenge to utilize what is available there. So these are what is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know my panelists prepared a lot, but time is up, so we are not going to go into another round of questions, but we have one question for everybody. And I'm trying to phrase this properly. You know, usually as the disability movement, we preach to the converted. We preach to ourselves. Isn't that right? So we organize a conference, and who do we invite? Who do we invite? Us, the converted. We are the ones who are passionate. We are the ones who are doing. We are the ones who are spending sleepless nights on this problem. But when we have a convention, a conference, we come and speak to ourselves. Then we talk about changing policy, and then the things that are annoying us on the outside, and then we go back and get annoyed some more, because the world outside is not changing. So now this is a question for us all. Who are those unlikely allies that should be in the room with us? Who are those allies that should be on the table while we're discussing these things? So that the next conference, the next place we go to, the next, in Uganda we call them, I forget the right word. The next time when we are frustrated and complaining, these people are in the room, are on the table with us, and are hearing directly from us our frustrations. So, ladies and gentlemen on the floor, who are these people? Who are those unlikely allies that we are not inviting to be with us, to do this, so that we can disrupt the systems? We cannot disrupt the system when us, the converted, are the ones who are in the room. We are practically preaching and singing to the choir, right? Okay, who are those people who are not here that should be here? Very quickly, I would like some volunteers to pass microphones around so that we can learn from this and do it better. Yeah, so thank you, panelists. MC is here. I'm sure we'll hand over very shortly. So yes, the floor is open. If you know of anyone who you think should be in this conversation, please mention them.
I know of many, but I think if we had the media take all these details we are talking, because they have a stronger arm than we do, they would take this message to the whole world. Media houses.
Thank you. That is a very good, actually a mighty ally. Yes. Anyone else?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for very wonderful presentations. My name is Jane, Director of Faraja Forward. So yes, I think it is high time we should target the parliamentarian committee, the ones responsible for, collecting ideas. For example, in Tanzania, I think it's a committee for kamati ya huduma za jamii, isn't it? They are the one responsible for vulnerable groups, the people with disability inclusive. So those are the one who should take, if we are targeting changing of policies, right? Then we should target people, bring them on board, the people who sit down in that big house and write down policies. Thank you.
Thank you. So members of parliament should help us disrupt the systems, right? Okay, someone else?
Hi everyone. My name is Sylvia from Kenya. I represent an organization called TAI. I feel we should have the HR of different organizations. Maybe most of them don't even understand that 5% or 3% of persons with disabilities should be employed. Let's have them here so that we talk to them. When they're employing, they know I will pick 1 or 2 persons with disability that obviously have the papers and everything.
Okay, so human resource managers of organizations and entities should be part of these conversations. Yes. Let's limit. Okay, so 2 more and we stop.
Okay,
There are 2 hands.
my name is Houston Jiao. I'm a founder of Safe Farm for Children with Disabilities. It is in Arusha. I think it's better if we involve parents, those who have children with disabilities.
Thank you very much. So lastly, someone at the back. Oh, there's someone else. Oh my goodness. MC, do we allow these 3 and we stop? There are 3 hands. We allow them and we stop? Let's allow them. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Owira. I'm a communication officer at Kaka Green State Organization. And I think if there are people that we actually need in this room, most importantly are the institutions. And I'm talking about academic institutions because most of the things we're talking about here are things are touching all the way from childhood development, and it all based on education. So if we will have educationists within this forum, because they're the people who actually cut across in terms of policy implementation and all that. So having them in the room will be very vital. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you. Academic institutions. There's a hand, another one over there. Maybe to stop Florian from getting a headache, and maybe they come forward. What do you think? There's one right there. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Coretta Kimario, occupational therapist from Muhimbili National Hospital, working in psychiatric department. I think we should include the whole community so that we can change their perception on how they believe with people with disability, because they are the one who intended to start to change their perceptions, but not only that, to get motivation to engage themselves into different activities or inclusion, are the one to start and then to move forward to the other states or stages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe community leaders. Yes, there are 2 people over there.
My name is Martha Learu. I think the religious institution and especially the leaders will help us in this way.
Thank you. So religious leaders of the different denominations, that gentleman is standing there for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Samuel Mohonge, a special need teacher from St. Pamakius, but also I'm learning some social platforms by the name Usonji na Jamii Online, helping the same kids with special challenges. So to me, the people who should also included are the social workers. Social workers, these one are very important since we work with them. Also, they work with these different family levels, so the entire community from grassroots level. But other people are politicians or the leaders, because our countries, even in Africa, many leaders do come from political areas. So even the member of parliament or the ministers, all are politicians. So they need to be involved. For the policymakers should be included.
Okay. Oh, the very last one, sister.
I'm called Sister Margaret. I come from Uganda. I deal with people with disabilities. So mine is to include those people with disabilities. We plan with them Because sometimes we plan and enforce something on them which they don't even want. So it's good sometimes we include them and they give us their experiences and what they feel.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Now, the final opportunity from me,
Yes.
I would suggest to include the superstar musicians like Diamond and others that are very famous in the community. You can send the message to the right persons
Yes.
at a very small and right time. Thank you very much.
Yes, those are the unlike allies. Is there a hand there? There is a hand here. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, moderator. I think all people who have mentioned to be included is possible, but most of them we are forgetting the actors, like house girls who are taking care of these children with disabilities at home, and also the siblings, sisters and brothers. They have their own feelings, and also they have their own attitudes based on either the young or the brother who have disabilities. And also most of them, these brothers and sisters, they are praying with, and also they are going outside the home, and also they are observing a lot of issues happening within the community and within the families. So I think this too also is crucial for to be included on that team.
That's all right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, just one over there. Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. Congratulations for your presentation. It was very good. My name is Rafiki Msafiri. I'm deaf. I can add something on the issue of accessibility to people with disability. It's a good thing, but remember that people with disability, they have their own needs according to their level of disability. They are deaf, they are blind, they are disability of. So it's important for them to collaborate one way or another because they have their own needs. They need to be included inside. Remember that. Another thing is that in the issue of technology, it should be straight. So they should be inside also in the issue of technology because people of disability, they have a lot of experience of other issues of technology, and it's important for them to be inside all those things, especially them. They have a lot of experiences and things should be focused on those based on what they want, and the things of technology should be on their own. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, on that note, we are going to end. We are going to park this conversation. We're not stopping it. We are parking it for now. It's going to continue all the way till tomorrow. Please have these conversations amongst yourselves, and let us ensure that next time we plan anything for regarding disability, let's bring in those unlikely allies, because usually we forget them. And as I said, preach to the converted. We already converted, we don't need any more converting. Let's bring the others that need converted to the table. Amen. Yes. Oh, sorry. Someone says here just one word. One word towards. Okay.
And it's really not so much to say. The other group should be involved, especially because of our topic we've been discussing about the local business people, because they are the people who really employs, and including also the microfinance institutions. I know many of the countries where we have microfinance institutions that have fixed interest rates, and most of the people with disabilities, they cannot even access that. So there are some models. I know one of the models in Bangladesh where they are providing loans with the variated interest rates, including zero interest. And we tried in BCC to do that also, and it have worked and helped a lot of people, people we are supporting. So I think we need to involve people who are, from the microfinance institutions and also local business people to be part of the discussion when it comes on empowering people economically, especially people with disabilities.
Kaya, I'm so glad you insisted. That's very important. So thank you all for listening to us. And as I said, continue these conversations. Bless you all. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. Please remain where you are, please. Yes, we cannot leave you just like that. DJ put my microphone well, and it's with a great honor to say, I'm not the judge, but this presentation made me like, wow. Yes, it was good, wasn't it? Thank you very much. So thank you, Madam Namaganda. Thank you very much, our moderator, for doing it well. And it's now the time for just presenting the presents for you. And Madam Kisha, please, we will start with Mrs. Florence. Yes, we start with the gift, then you line up there for the group photo. And following the Madam Lucy Mahenzo. Lucky, thank you for correction. Lucky Mahenzo. And we have Mr. Deogratias Chami. Yes, you go there for a gift, please. So you go there, make sure you take care. Yes, thank you very much. And Mama Agnata from Tusonge, please. Yes, Mr. Elirehema Kaya, then Mr. William Kivuyo. You have your gift there. Thank you very much. That's very, very good. You did a very good job. Yes, and Madam Kisha is telling me that, is trying to tell me that the gift for MC is on its way, it's coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have the group photo there. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Put your hands together for them while they are leaving the stage. They are leaving the floor. Thank you very much. And when you see Madam Brenda is just smiling, you know that these things went so smooth. Thank you very much. Thank you. My fellow participants of this precious and lovely summit, it's the time to collect our questions or concerns about the summit, especially these 3 presentations that went on. It's my honor now to introduce you to the volunteers. Please, the volunteers to collect the questions, will you please move forward here? The style that we're going to use, I have 2 volunteers for the questions of 1 panel. So I have the volunteer for the first panel, the second panel, and the third panel. And for the first panel, the presentation number 1, we have Paul Sylvester and Zaituni. Please come this way. We need to introduce yourself. So who is Paul? Paul is here. Come here, please. And Zaituni, come here. The rest, will you just stand this way? You start there. At the edge of the stage. The edge of the stage. You just go there at the edge of the stage. All right? Together with you. So if you have the question concerning the panel number 1 or the presentation number 1, you handle your questions to those guys. That is Paul and Zaituni. So our mode, they will move from one batch, I think, to another. They'll start the first, the third, the second, going to the last. So After them, those who are collecting the questions for presentation number 2 are going to follow, then presentation number 3. Are we together, my fellow participants? I think I have to talk about it in Swahili so also for its necessity. Tunakusanya yale maswali na tutatumia utaratibu wa watu wawili ambao wanakusanya maswali hayo. Wanapita kuanzia kwenye hizo namna tulivyokaa, ndo mipaka yetu. Kwa hiyo wataanzia pale mwanzo, watakuja hivi, wataenda mpaka mwisho. Kwa hiyo kama una swala presentation number 1, unawaona hao. Baada yao wanakuja wa presentation number 2 watacollect. Kwa hiyo do not mix up. Manake mhakikisha hao wamepita, ndo namba 2 mnakuja, namba 3 mnakuja, alafu mtapeleka maswali mlivyoelekezwa. Nadhani tumeelewana wapendwa. Na nadhani utaratibu wetu umekaa kisayansi vizuri. Kwa hiyo naomba sasa Paul na Zaituni muanze kukusanya maswali upande ule. Na baada ya hapo tutakuwa na we shall be having Stella and Paul. We have another Paul. It's very fortunate to have 2 Pauls here. One Paul is a bit taller. I'm not sure about that. And Stella. So mtakapoona wenzenu tayari wameshachukua ile ya kwanza, niendeni nikaanzeni ile ya kwanza pale na mtafuata vivyo hivyo. And the presentation number 3 will be, the questions are going to be collected by Joyce and Gloria. Joyce and Gloria, thank you. Yes, Joyce and Gloria, wewe utakuwa hapa na MC kwa emergency. Wewe na mimi ni watu wa emergency hapa in case of anything. So, Stella and Paul, you start the phase number 1 there. I think Paul and Zaitun are proceeding. So you sort them very, very, very well. While doing so, I'd like to welcome Saint Francis. Are they around? Saint Francis? Saint Francis, are they around? They are not. Okay. I'd like to call now Gabriela, children from Gabriela, for their presentation. Please move forward to prepare yourself for your presentation. Joyce and Gloria, I think you have the floor now. Gabriela, children from Gabriela, you help me to assist them with the teacher. Yes. Now we shall be having the presentation from Gabriela. Meanwhile, we are collecting the questions and the notes. Thereafter, I will tell you something about the proceeding timetable. Hey, this is like, wow. You look pretty. Eh? You look so pretty. Wow. This is really Gabriela. Gabriela, woyo. Thank you very much. Okay, as the teachers are trying to put them well and organize them for the presentation, I think the collection of the questions is going also under a good manner. But I welcome you if you have any concern, maybe your paper is not collected, you just raise up your hand and be back for you. Please, Gabriela Center Children's, will you proceed? You can continue. I say, Gabriela, mko serious. Mko serious. Kuwatunza.
Lazima tuboreshe. Lazima tuboreshe. Lazima tuboreshe.
Wanaweza kupiga vigelegele.
Serikali tuboreshe.
Wapigeni vigelegele na makofi.
Tuboreshe. Wazazi tuboreshe. Serikali tuboreshe. Wabunge tuboreshe.
basi makofi na vigelegele jamani. Wow. Mtuambie ni ngoma ya kabila gani? Amazing, fascinating, interesting, pleasing. Wow, I like it. Asante jamani, wapigeni makofi. Hakika imependeza. Msiondoke. Mwalimu njoo kwanza hapa. Mwalimu kwanza, mwalimu unatisha. Mwalimu uko vizuri, njoo nikupe kwanza 5 zako hapa za nguvu. Uko sawa sana. Unaitwa mwalimu nani?
Edna Shaw.
Mwalimu Edna Shaw. Kweli wewe ni mzee wa show. Pigeni makofi. Hii ngoma ya kabila gani?
Kigogo.
Ni Wagogo hawa kutoka Dodoma. Kuna Mgogo yoyote hapa? Nyosha mkono juu. Mko wapi? Naomba mniambie, wametudanganya wamepatia? Ni kweli bwana, wapigeni sana makofi jamani. Sasa bwana mgeni rasmi anataka asikie ule wimbo wenu wa jana. Kwa hiyo mmoja akolekti hivyo vifaa vingine vya ngoma, mmoja tu achukue vifaa vyote vya ngoma, jipangeni muimbe ule wimbo Msinidharau. Wakati huo ninaamini mtanipatia feedback ya kule kwenye buffet yetu ya chakula cha mchana. Wakati wanajiandaa, naomba kutoa matangazo yafuatayo ndugu zangu. Tutaenda lunch break, na tukitoka lunch tutagawanyika kwenye outbreak rooms kwa presentation za mwisho. Na tunazo hall 3 tutazitumia kwenye hizo presentation. Mimi na wewe ni jukumu letu, tunaweza kuchagua tunataka kuingia presentation ya chumba kipi. Tunatenganishwa na topic. Kwa hiyo nitawasomea topic, chumba namba 1 ni kipi na topic yake ni ipi na nani moderator wake. Are we together? For those who do not understand Swahili, don't worry, I'll just present it in English. Kwa hiyo chumba cha kwanza kitakuwa ni hiki hapa. Hii ndio itakuwa hall number 1. Hapa tutajadili kwa pamoja bridging the gap from early childhood to adulthood for learners with disabilities. Narudia. Bridging the gap from early childhood to adult for learners with disabilities. Tutabaki hapa na hiyo discussion itaongozwa na atakaye moderate hiyo discussion atakuwa Madam ni Mwindaeli Mdee, if I'm not mistaken. ni director kutoka Gabriela. Ni deputy director. I'm sorry. I'm making myself clear. Na yeye atakuja pale, kutakuwa na discussants ambao watakuwa wanatuendesha zoezi hilo. Na room number 2 itakuwa ni hapa hapa, lakini adjacent upande wangu wa kulia. Lango tunaoliona wote pale, huko kuna room nyingine. Mnaona mkono wangu wapendwa wote? Kwa wale ambao mna uwezo wa kuona mkono wangu, upande wa kulia tutakuwa pale na room number 2. Hiyo itakuwa inajadili the role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. I come again. The role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Utakuwa ni room number 2, na atakayetuongozea ni Madam Natasha Malitowe, Fund for Nations, and yeye ni assistant, I think ni psychotherapist kutoka kule Fund for Nations. Kwa hiyo yeye atatuendeshea, yeye ndo atakuwa moderator, na watakaohusika pale tutawatajia hapo baadaye. Lakini tutakuwa na room number 3. Oh, I correct myself. Room number 2 atakuwa ni Florence Namanga. Very sorry for that. Room number 2 atakuwa ni Florence Namanga. Yep. Na Maganda. Okay. Nitaicorrect hapa ilivyoandikwa, tafadhali nisikosee tena. Florence na Maganda. Sawa. Na Maganda. Unaweza kushtakiwa hapo, unajikuta huko kwa mheshimiwa Kimu umekosea jina la watu. That's very good. Na Maganda yeye atatuongozea hii room number 2, na itakuwa the role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Room number 3 itakuwa pale tunapoingia upande wa kushoto. Upande wa kushoto kuna room ndogo iko pale wakati tunaingia kwenye eneo hili. Yaani ni nje ya ukumbi huu, nje ya green carpet. Approaching to the green carpet kuna chumba kiko upande wa kushoto. Hiyo itakuwa ni room number 3 yetu, na pale discussions itakuwa the role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Kwa hiyo room number 2 na number 3 is the same topic, na itakuwa tu ni different discussants. Kwa hiyo wakati unaenda kula, tafakari ungependa kuingia room number ipi. It will be very good kama zikigawanyika, angalau tugawanyike sawa ili mambo yaweze kwenda vizuri. So I'll go first in English so that everybody understands, then I'll welcome Gabriel. Nadhani DJ umejiandaa vizuri. My distinguished invited persons, guests here, after lunch break we shall be having another presentation discussion, but the mode of this discussion will be through outbreak rooms, and we shall be having 3 rooms. This here will be the room number 1, and in my right hand side, which is your left one, will be the second room, and the third room will be out of this hall before the green carpet, adjacent to that entrance gate. The left hand side will be having the third room. I think my floor manager is doing his best to put the tags so that we understand it very, very sharp. And in the room number 1, the discussion will be led by Madam Nemwindaeli Mdee until further notice. This is the Deputy Director from Gabriela Center. And our topic there will be bridging the gap from early childhood to adulthood for learners with disabilities. And room 2 will be led or moderated by Madam Florence Namaganda, the Executive Director and founder of Mukisa Foundation. And the topic there will be like the role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. The role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. we shall be having a number of discussants in each room as planned. And the third room will be moderated by Madam Natasha Malitowe from Fount for Nations. And the topic there will be, or the theme will be, the role of the community in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. So the topic in room 2 and room 2 and 3 will be alike. But the discussants and the leader will be distinct. So you are insisted to channel up to the rooms as your choice. It is just your choice to choose the room that you are going to have that discussion. After that elaboration, I will just allow any kind of concern or question. While Gabriela will be performing, you can just call me. I'll make myself at least a very good seer, so that I'll see you calling me if you need any clarification. After that, I think I'm clear and I made myself clear. Thank you for listening. Gabriela, kwa heshima kubwa sana ya mgeni wetu rasmi, sasa mtuimbie ule wimbo wa usinidharau jinsi nilivyo. Tafadhali studio. One volunteer, please. Sio kuwatunza. Amenifanya nilivyo moyoni mwangu ninayo kuwatunza. Usinicheke jinsi nilivyo. Karibu mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Jinsi nilivyo. Unaruhusiwa kuwatunza. Amenifanya nilivyo mimi. Amenifanya nilivyo. Amenifanya nilivyo. Moyoni mwangu niko salama. Amenifanya nilivyo. Asante. Asante sana, asante sana. Jamani pigeni makofi. Asante, msiondoke, msiondoke, msiondoke. Mtaondoka kwa utaratibu. Naomba niulize swali. Mgeni rasmi naomba uniruhusu tafadhali. Naomba nimuulize mwalimu. Mwalimu, huu wimbo umerekodiwa lini? Aha, sasa huu wimbo ni audio. Flash ziko pale nje zinauzwa. Shilingi ngapi? 10,000 kwa flash moja. Naomba mimi nikuhamasishe. Nunua hii flash. Wimbo ni mzuri. Lakini kwani kufanya video ya track moja ni shilingi ngapi? Mwalimu. Huu wimbo tukisema tu shoot video pale, nani mpicha piga? Nani mpiga picha? Njoo. Yule mpiga picha official wa event yetu, njoo bwana. Mgeni rasmi naomba unisamehe, kwa kweli kuna kitu kimenigusa. Tafadhali official videographer. We have a question for you. Come please. Official photographer, videographer, any who we can call you. How much does it cost to shoot this song, to be in a video version? Yes. Please, sir. Sir, boss. Do you shoot video songs? They don't know. I'd like to know, please. Mimi sijui kama naona tamani kama mimi. Mimi natamani wimbo tuwe na video tuwe tunawaangalia hata tukiwa nyumbani. Eh? Do you feel the same? How much is it, sir? Do you see the blessings of God? They are going to do it for free. But they need logistics. Pale Gabriela paandaliwe. Mimi ningependa ishutiwe pale ndani ya mazingira ya Gabriela pale. Lakini paandaliwe na watahitaji tu mafuta na kwenda hivi. Mzee, mafuta like how much bana? Wewe sema hapa tunaweza tukamaliza hii shughuli bana. Mimi nisameheni bana. Yanawezekana leo asingoje kesho. Like how much? 200,000, 300,000, laki ngapi? 300,000. Haya, naombeni hiyo 300,000 hapa. Chukueni kwanza hela zenu mlizopata. Hizi sio za shooting. Mwalimu, chukua hela zako. Mnachanga 300,000 kwenye harusi mpaka milioni kwenye harusi, mnachanga kwenye birthday. Siku hizi mna birthday party mnachanga mpaka milioni. Naombeni 300,000 hapa tu hii nyimbo ishutiwe tafadhali. Badala ya milioni manenyo wamejitolea 700,000 wale. Mgeni rasmi naomba unisamehe. Naombeni 300,000 hapa tafadhali. Nipite au mnakuja? Nipite au mwaja? Haya, njoni. Endeleza huo wimbo, umenifanya nilivyo. DJ, hatuendi kula kama haijapatikana hiyo hela hapo. Naombeni hiyo hela. Yes.
Moyoni
Asante Baba, asante sana. Asante sana. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't know what you are doing today. You don't know what you are doing today. You don't know what you are doing today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Volunteers, sharp volunteers. Volunteers, Madam Kisha. Madam Kisha. Volunteers. Say inatosha, inatosha, inatosha. Jamani, kama imependeza piga makofi basi kidogo. Asante. Sijui, lakini kuna kitu nasikia ndani yangu kama vile kuna kitu umefanya kikubwa sana leo. Unaweza usijue leo. Sasa mniruhusu mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, nadhani wako wengi, tufahamu tu kabisa bado shingapi. Tukimaliza kula tutazitafuta. Tukitoka kwenye outbreak rooms tutazipata. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi ameshia kabidhi hapo shilingi 50,000. Lakini tunaendelea kuhesabu na kuna 50,000 ya MC. Inafika. Iko hapo. Tuseme iko tayari. Wewe kubali iko tayari pale. Alafu tusomewe hizo zilizopo. Kama bado unawiwa unaweza kunyosha tu mkono, au pengine ulitaka ya kwako useme kama mimi nilivyosema na wengine. Zilizosemwa za mgeni rasmi tu. Mimi nimetembea hapo kwenye viatu vya mgeni rasmi pole 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 pole. Tunaomba tupate video ya wimbo tukiwa mbali na karibu. Karibu. Tumepata 100,000 kutoka Kuhenza. Ametoa 5,000 ya Kenya ambao ukiconvert shilingi 100,000 ya Tanzania. Asante sana. Kwa tulizotangaza tayari tuna 200,000. 50 ya MC, 50 ya mgeni rasmi, laki ya kuhenza. Na hizi hapa ni shilingi ngapi ndugu zangu wapendwa? Hii dola ngapi? Dola moja, okay? Almost 2,600. Alright. Jumla konvertia huko kwa afu jumlisha tuombe shilingi ngapi? 2,300,000 tukijumlisha na zile 200,000. Mungu awabariki sana. Sasa naomba mkabidhi mgeni rasmi. Mgeni rasmi mimi ya kwangu inaenda moja kwa moja kwa Madam pale Gabriela, itakuwa imeshafika. Ninaomba hii nilikusanya ni maoni. Yes. Ninaomba Madam Brenda, basi mgeni rasmi wetu azipokee. Sijui anakukabidhi. Yes, anakukabidhi. Tunaomba mimi kwa video hata mimi mkinishirikisha niimbe nao nitafurahi. Naomba ku declare interest nje ya shughuli hizi. Ni mtumishi wa serikali, ni MC, lakini mimi ni mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili. Ukienda YouTube hata sasa hivi ukiandika Andrew Mzava utaona nyimbo zangu, japo ni za zamani kidogo. Hii miaka 2-3 sijarekodi, lakini I do the gospel songs. This is a service. Hii ni huduma. Usichukulie poa. Sawa Usichukulie poa. Yes? You want to say something?
Okay, my name is Gaudence. I'm the founder of Dyslexia Tanzania. I do talent show events, and I'm pleased and amazed at what these children are doing. On 4th of May, I'm welcoming them. I'm going to fundraise for their tickets. They will enter for free. And the tickets are costing 50,000 Tanzania shillings per person. But for this amazing choir, they will not pay anything. They will come to the event. It's right here in Arusha. They will present their items. Because we are an inclusive community, we give a platform for them to showcase their talents. Mama Gabriela, what you're doing, this is amazing. I'm also extending the same to that school. Those children from that difficult name school, Saint Pammachius. Yeah, did I say it well? I also would love to have those 2 items you presented. I am amazed and I'm blessed to be here.
Thank you, madam. And I hope I'll be the MC. Thank you very much. Jamani, itoshe kusema mahali hapa ni pazuri kama nini. Tumebarikiwa. Mungu azidi kutubariki sana na amani iwe nasi. Basi baada ya mchana mzuri, after the good precious presentations, will you please take your seats now? You are mwalimu, asante. Wewe ndo mwalimu wao wa kwaya? I say wewe nitakutafuta. So after this, please allow me now to welcome you to our lunch break. And after our lunch break, please, we now go to the outbreak rooms. And after that, the moderators know all about the time and the discussions and the discussants and how to introduce them to you. We wish you a good appetite for our today's lunch. Yes? Has to begin or how to comment? Okay, for the breakups, let me just look for an answer. Hey, where's my phone? 40 minutes from now. Just 40 minutes for lunch, then we break to the rooms. 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. Let's be just faithful. Thank you very much. God bless you. Welcome for our lunch, and I wish you a good appetite. God bless you. Studio. Tumepata maoni ya walioomba risala za mgeni rasmi jana na leo tumeyapata, yanafanyiwa kazi, usiwe na wasiwasi. Twende studio.
Wekeza kwa mtoto leo kwa manufaa ya taifa la kesho. Wekeza kwa